Chapter 1832. P.S. Thank you to Potato, Brother Guangtao, and Solon for their precious monthly votes, and thank Potato for his reward. After a journey of more than 10 hours, Seito's private plane landed at the Tokyo International Airport in Japan. Seito glanced at Cheyenne, who followed Jia Lan out of the cabin and didn't say anything. He took everyone off the plane, crossed the tarmac, and went through the VIP passage to the waiting area. They found a female receptionist who held a sign with Seito's name on it. Under the other party's guidance, they came to the outside of the airport, got on the bus that was specially responsible for picking them up, and left the airport. Mr. Ito, are we going directly back to the Asakami residence, or? On the way, the female receptionist walked to Seito's side and asked, "Go directly to Fuyuki City." This female receptionist was sent by Yasuzo Asakami after he contacted her. In other words, she was his employee, so Seito didn't hesitate and directly ordered, "Yes." The female receptionist, who had already received Yasuzo Asakami's order before coming, did not hesitate and immediately responded. Then she walked back to the driver and conveyed Seito's instructions to the driver. The rest of the journey was quiet, and everyone calmly returned to Fuyuki City. "Okay, you can go back." After everyone got off the car, Seito said to the female receptionist, "Okay, Mr. Ito, I'll take my leave, good night." The female receptionist saluted. Then she returned to the bus, and under Seito's gaze, the bus drove away from the villa, until it completely disappeared at the end of the street. Seeing the bus disappear, Seito retracted his gaze, turned around, and returned to the villa. Whether it was on the way back or now, Shine didn't express any opinions and quietly followed Seito's pace. However, although she behaved like this, Seito still had to give some instructions, so he called Shine, who was standing in the living room of the villa. Ziyuan. Ziyuan looked at Seito seriously. "You are not allowed to use your Ethernet to read the memories of anyone in this room," Seito said sternly. "I need information." Ziyuan put forward her point of view. "You can ask me directly if you want to know anything. I will answer you if I can, but I won't allow you to use Ethernet to read anyone's memories. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude," Seito emphasized sternly after making some promises. "Okay." Ziyuan paused. He agreed. "First of all, first question, who are you?" Then, Ziyuan immediately raised her own question. "Ito Ci, a man without any affiliation. He's also a freelance magician who isn't from magician family," Seito replied calmly. "Where's this place?" Ziyuan asked again. "Japan in the Far East. In one of the remote cities, Winterwood. This is my stronghold." "Why did you appear in Italy before?" "He appeared in that village. I received news that something would happen there, so I went to take a look." "Received news?" Ziyuan's eyes lit up slightly. She repeated. Seito didn't say anything, indicating that he had no comment. Zin, who also knew that this kind of information was outside of ordinary matters, tactfully didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she asked about other information that she was concerned about. "Why did you save me? You're good-looking. It would be a pity if you died like that," Seito said frivolously with a smile on his face. Ziyuan frowned and didn't say anything. "What about Liz and Bai Fei?" Then, without waiting for Seito's answer, she continued, "The relationship between magicians and the church isn't that good. Even if you were an exception, it wouldn't make you risk being swallowed by the Knight of Alasia to save her." "I was bored, so I just did it casually," Seito joked. Ziyuan frowned with dissatisfaction. "Of course, I also want to try the feeling of turning a knight with a firm belief into a woman," Seito said lightly with a slightly restrained expression. Then, without waiting for Ziyuan to speak, he continued, "I know what you want to say. It's nothing more than why didn't you find an ordinary member of the church? Wouldn't that be more likely to succeed? But at the same time, the sense of accomplishment is very lacking, isn't it? Aren't you afraid of the church's crusade?" Ziyuan, who didn't show any malice towards Seito's reason, asked with a calm and indifferent expression. As soon as she finished asking, Ziyuan knew that her question was in vain. If the other party was really afraid, Why would he take the risk to save her? Ito smiled indifferently at this question. Speaking of which, at this time, Ito suddenly narrowed his eyes, rubbed his chin with his hand, and looked up and down at Ziyun wantonly. He said, I seem to have saved you. How about it? Do you want to learn from the heroines in the story and repay me with your body? That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. Don't impose your will on me. I will never agree with it. Hearing this, Ziyun was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She suddenly exploded and retorted loudly. Is this the girl's shyness? Ito asked with interest. No, Ziyun denied loudly. Well, then I'll pretend that it's not, Ito said with a shrug and a strange smile on his face. Ziyun, who realized that she had lost her composure, took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Then she said, I need a room where I won't be disturbed. Okay, Ito, who could roughly guess what Ziyun wanted a room for, did not hesitate and simply nodded. Also, if you need any help, you can tell me. After a pause, Ito said again. Ziyun raised her eyes and looked at Ito without saying anything. At this point, the conversation between the two ended. Ito sent Ziyun back to the guest room assigned to her and separated from her. After that, there was a short period of peace until one day crack. A soft sound suddenly rang out. Then, Liz and Bai Fei, who were wrapped in a white sheet, with a pair of white and round shoulders exposed and silver hair scattered naturally, appeared in the villa. They looked a little weak. Liz and Bai Fei held the wall with one hand and moved forward step by step. After a while, they came to the living room. Good afternoon. Just as Liz and Bai Fei were sizing up the room, a man's voice rang in her ears. It was Ito's voice. Liz and Bai Fei turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. In an instant, Ito, who was holding a teacup in his hand, came into view. I have to say, you look very attractive right now. You make me want to hold you in my arms. Ito looked at Liz and Bai Fei with a smile and said. Hearing Ito's words, Liz and Bai Fei looked down at their clothes with some confusion. The white sheet wrapped around their bodies. Because it was too wide, many parts of it dragged on the ground. Their legs were exposed because of the previous walk. Their white skin was completely exposed to the air. And because of the angle, it was as if as long as you looked deeper, you could see what was inside. It was particularly tempting, just like Victoria's Secret. Do you have any clothes? As a conservative believer, he asked. Liz and Bai Fei asked with some embarrassment. Yes, come with me. Ito put the teacup in his hand aside. Then he walked to the stairs beside Liz and Bai Fei and walked up to the second floor of the mansion. Behind him, Liz and Bai Fei did not hesitate and followed behind him. After a while, the two of them appeared in a room. Ito walked to the closet in the room and took out a set of men's trousers and a white long-sleeve shirt. He handed them to Liz and Bai Fei. Here you go. The latter reached out and took the clothes. I'll wait for you downstairs. Ito smiled and walked past Liz and Bai Fei. He left the room and went downstairs. Seeing Ito leave, Liz and Bai Fei did not hesitate and immediately threw away the sheet, revealing their mummified bodies that were wrapped in bandages. They picked up the trousers and shirt and put them on. After about 3 minutes, Liz and Bai Fei, who looked very handsome with their hair tied up high, reappeared in the room. Then, Liz and Bai Fei walked out of the room and returned to the living room. Sit. In the living room, Ito, who was sitting on the sofa, pointed to the armchair next to him. Liz and Bai Fei nodded and walked to the armchair and sat down. In front of her was a cup of black tea that was brewed in advance. I don't know your taste, so I made you a cup of black tea. I hope you like it. Ito smiled. Thank you, Liz and Bai Fei politely said. She reached out and picked up the teacup and took a sip. It tastes good, I like it, Liz and Bai Fei said. That's good. Ito smiled. Excuse me, who are you and where is this? Liz and Bai Fei put down the teacup and asked seriously. My name is Ito. This is Fuyuki City, Japan. Ito replied. Japan, Liz and Bai Fei said softly. Crack, bang. Just as Liz and Bai Fei were about to say something, The sudden sound of the door opening and closing attracted their attention. Ziyuan, seeing the figure that suddenly appeared, Liz and Bai Fei were surprised. Liz, you're awake. Ziyuan was also surprised to see Liz and Bai Fei. Why are you here? Liz and Bai Fei, who didn't immediately answer Ziyuan's question, asked curiously. I didn't go back to Atlas Courtyard. Ziyuan was silent for a moment and replied. Why? Liz and Bai Fei were stunned for a moment and then asked thoughtfully. I want to defeat the Knight of Eurasia. Ziyuan said firmly. Also, I want to find the true ancestor and find a way to solve the problem of the Death Apostle. You've really decided? Although Liz and Bai Fei could tell from Ziyuan's expression and words that she was determined about her decision, they knew the consequences of this kind of thing, so they still asked again. Yes, Ziyuan said affirmatively. Although I know it's difficult, I won't give up. Liz and Bai Fei were speechless. As for you, Liz and Bai Fei of the Holy Paladin, what are you going to do? Crusade against me? A heretic? After a pause, Ziyuan looked directly at Liz and Bai Fei and asked. Liz and Bai Fei smiled and said softly but firmly, before the Knight of Eurasia's crusade, I already swore to be your guardian knight, your strongest shield, so I won't crusade against you. I'll follow you to complete this task. Liz, are you sure? Ziyuan was surprised. I'm sure. Liz and Bai Fei nodded and confirmed. Congratulations, you've got a good vanguard. Seito looked at Ziyuan and congratulated her. It was also at this time that Liz and Bai Fei, who had been discussing the topic of inside, with Ziyuan, suddenly remembered that there was an ordinary person beside them. Mr. Seito, you're not an ordinary person, right? Liz and Bai Fei looked at Seito and said, Yes, I'm a magician. Seito nodded and admitted. However, for Liz and Bai Fei, magicians are also one of the heretics that must be crusaded against. Forget it, I'm not a holy paladin now anyway. Just when Liz and Bai Fei instinctively wanted to go into a state of alert, she suddenly reacted and immediately lowered her body and whispered softly. How's your body now? Ziyuan asked. I still can't use my strength. Liz and Bai Fei replied, then asked, By the way, where is this place? Why am I here? How's the Knight of Eurasia? Let me answer that. Before Ziyuan could speak, Seito said. Liz and Bai Fei turned their heads and looked at Seito. I don't need to say the location. I've already told you before. This is my stronghold in Fuyuki City. The reason why you are here is the same as Ziyuan. I saved you from the Knight of Eurasia and then brought you here through special channels. As for the Knight of Eurasia, which you're concerned about, I have already destroyed it, but unfortunately, I can't completely destroy it, so I don't know when it will happen again. Hearing that Seito destroyed the Knight of Eurasia, whether it was Liz, Bai Fei, or Zin, who heard about it for the first time, they all looked at Seito with surprised eyes. As two people who had been ravaged by the Knight of Eurasia and had almost been devoured by it, they knew very well how powerful the Knight of Eurasia was. Hence, an emotion called shock instantly surfaced in their hearts. Thank you for your help. I'm very grateful. After recovering from the shock, Liz and Bai Fei saluted and thanked him. Just grateful? Seito raised his eyebrows. How do you want me to repay you? Liz and Bai Fei straightened up and asked. How about giving yourself to me? Seito smiled. Next to him, Ziyuan sighed with a defeated expression, and there was a faint sound of a broken image in her heart. What did you say? I don't seem to have heard it clearly. Can you say it again? Liz and Bai Fei were shocked by Seito's answer. Chapter 1833. I said, how about giving yourself to me? Seito repeated with a smile. You mean you want me? Liz Bai Fei pointed at herself and asked in a strange tone. For a long time, she had always been mistaken for a man because of her gender-neutral dressing. Therefore, she was often called Little Brother. There had never been a man who had asked her to do anything because of her identity as a woman. Therefore, she felt a little incredulous for a moment. However, a faint sense of joy faintly emerged in her heart. Not bad. I observed your body when I treated your injuries. Your figure is pretty good and your skin is very white. You don't have the thick pores of the average Westerner. I like you very much, So use yourself to repay me for saving your life. Say Ito nodded and confirmed. Treat my injuries? You're saying that you're the one who treated my injuries and bandaged my wounds. Not Ziyuan. Liz Baifei exclaimed with her eyes wide open as if she had heard something exaggerated. Yes, Sei Ito confirmed. It's over. Lord, please forgive me. Liz Baifei clasped her hands together, raised her head slightly, and prayed in a low voice. After 4 to 5 seconds, Liz Baifei released her hands and looked at Sei Ito again. She said with a shy expression, "Since you have seen everything, I can only follow you." Then, Liz Baifei's expression changed. She said sternly, "But premarital sex is prohibited. In the teachings of Catholicism, Christianity, and other churches, premarital sex is prohibited. Those who violate it will be punished." Therefore, it was natural for Liz Baifei, who was a firm believer, to make such a request. Then, her expression became weak again. She whispered, "As for joining the church and becoming an assistant magician of the church, I am not in a position to ask you to do that. So, let's pretend that it doesn't exist." Sei Ito and Ziyuan looked at Liz Baifei in front of them with a stunned expression. They were somewhat speechless. Hey, Liz, are you okay? Are you sure your brain wasn't damaged by the night of Eurasia? After a while, Ziyuan said exaggeratedly, "Are you really the leader of the church's heresy inquisition, Paladin Liz Baifei, Stalindaberry? I really don't have anything to repay him. Since he made such a request and has seen my body, then I will do as he says. This will save me a lot of trouble. Besides, he is the only man who has treated me as a woman for so many years." Liz and Baifei lowered their heads slightly and touched their index fingers as they spoke in a soft and embarrassed voice. Just like what was mentioned in her profile, she was afraid of trouble and didn't think about the future. She was a self-deprecating person who only cared about being happy now. Ziyuan was completely speechless. "I can't be bothered. Just do whatever you want." Then, Ziyuan gave up. "Since you agree, then let's have a confirmation ceremony." At this time, Ito-sei suddenly said, "Confirmation? What confirmation?" Liz Baifei was puzzled. Ziyuan was also puzzled. She had never heard of a confirmation ceremony for this kind of thing. Was it a compulsory document contract? Sei Ito didn't answer their doubts. Instead, he stood up from his sofa and walked to Liz Baifei. He walked up to Liz and Baifei and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his arms. He lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. "Oh!" Liz Baifei, whose lips were kissed, let out a low moan. Ziyuan, who saw their behavior, blushed. She quickly turned her head to the side and peeked at the two kissing from the corner of her eyes. Although she was a powerful alchemist who was qualified to be the dean of Atlas Academy, she was still an inexperienced girl. Naturally, she was curious about kissing. After a while, Sei Ito raised his head. He let go of Liz Baifei, whose face was red from the kiss. "Okay, the confirmation is complete." Sei Ito returned to the sofa and said seriously. Then he turned to look at Ziyuan and said with a smile, "Ziyuan, you even recognized Liz Baifei? Do you accept my offer as well?" "No, don't even think about it." Ziyuan refused loudly with a flustered expression. Then, without waiting for Sei Ito to speak again, she immediately turned around and returned to the previous room, slamming the door. Bang! Then, it was a peaceful day again. Of course, the peace here was relative. For example, in Kambuko City, where Ouchi Orange was located, this period of time was not normal at all. On June 13th, 1998, the two Wrights woke up. On June 15th, the two Wrights met Ouchi Orange. On June 21st, the two Wrights were attacked by the dead and recognized their magic eyes. At the end of June, the two Wrights were discharged from the hospital. And at the same time, in June, suicides began to appear in the Wuzhou building. Heitong Anhua became Ouchi Orange's disciple. Then, in August, Heitong Gan also placed his relative's kitten in the house of the two Wrights. At the same time, the two Wrights were getting used to the new prosthetic limbs. On the 3rd of the same month, the two Wrights visited the mother of Kanbuko, hidden in Kanbuko City, and defeated the exploding demon Kurumi. At the beginning of the month, the suicides in the Wuzhou building became more and more serious. He Tonggan, who went to investigate, was also attacked and was in a coma for a month. On the 28th, the last victim of the suicides appeared, and the overlooking scenery created by Wuzhou Kikucho ended. Then, in October, by Chun Ryu, who had stopped for more than 2 years, began to kill again. At the beginning of October, the two rights met for the first time. The contradiction spiral began. In November, there was an arson incident in the girls' school. On the 7th of November, He Tonggan also finished a month of driving training and returned from the driving school. On the 9th of November, the two rights were captured by Ren. On the 11th of November, the two rights defeated Run, and the contradiction spiral ended. At this point, Lien of the Huangye sect had perished. In December, the teacher of the school, Yiyama, left. Then, on the 1st of January, 1999, the two rights and He Tonggan went to visit the shrine. On the 4th of January, He Tonggan and the two rights were asked by Aozaki Orange to sneak into the school and investigate the letter. The Oblivion recording began. On the 6th of January, the two rights defeated the Book of the False Gods and obtained the forgotten memories of the Yin-Yang Weave. The Oblivion recording ended. On the 2nd of February, the two rights disappeared. On the 8th of February, He Tonggan also started to investigate the murders from the drug aspect. On the 11th of February, by Chun Ryu died, and the murder investigation ended. On the snowy night of March, He Tonggan also returned to the two rights, which was the origin style, and the realm of emptiness ended. Sei Ito didn't participate in the story of the realm of emptiness at all. He didn't want to encounter the origin style at this time, and then be troubled by the unpredictable Gen original style. Of course, although he didn't participate in the story of the realm of emptiness, he didn't stay idle. Instead, he wandered around the world, searching for holy relics and other experimental materials. The former was prepared for the 5th Holy Grail that was about to begin, and the latter was collected for Cheyenne. In the past year, Cheyenne had also proposed to leave the villa to search for clues about the Knight of Eurasia and the true ancestor. But after Sei Ito promised to help her search, she stayed. After all, compared to wandering aimlessly, it was more comfortable to stay at Sei Ito's place. Not only did she have food to eat on time and experimental materials to order, but she also had someone who could suppress her when she lost her mind due to the urge to suck blood. She didn't have to worry about her mind being suppressed by the urge to suck blood and doing something she didn't want to accept. In the blink of an eye, it was the year 2000. On this day, in the newly built basement of the villa, Sakura, let's begin. Sei Ito turned his head and said to Sakura Tasaka, who had become slim and graceful and looked ready to eat. Okay, Brother Chung, Sakura Tasaka said with a firm expression. Then, she stretched out her arm, which had a lot of blank command seals, and rushed to the large circular magic circle with 4 gardens engraved on the ground in front of her. Close, 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 close. Say it 5 times in a row. However, the overflow must be broken at any moment. According to magic theory, close meant closing the elemental door. 5 times in a row meant closing the 5 elemental doors that existed in nature and emptying the surroundings so that it wouldn't affect the summoning. The last sentence meant that when a supernatural object appeared, it would use that instant of magic to reopen the natural connection. Silver iron, the contract of the earth stone. Silver iron, the flesh formed by the soul. Silver, the soul. Iron, the body. The contract of the earth stone, the contract supervised by Gaia. The surging wind is blocked by the 4 walls. Close the 4 doors, come out of the crown, and wander around the 3-way road to the kingdom. For walls, for small circular magic circles. The crown, the big circle at the core. The 3-way road was the Holy Grail system. I declare, thou art under me, and entrust my fate to thy sword. Obey the call of the Holy Grail. If you obey this will and this law, thou shalt immediately answer. Here I swear, I will be the good of the world and eliminate the evil of the world. The spirit of the 3 words that bind thee comes from the wheel of inhibition, the guardian of the scales. A magnificent light bloomed from the magic circle, forming a dazzling light. A huge amount of magic stirred the air, forming a whirlwind. Then, a figure appeared in the magic circle. It was a tall woman. Her legs were wrapped in black stockings that reached all the way to her thighs. She wore the same color off-shoulder jumpsuit, and a strange purple eye mask on her face. Her long purple hair naturally draped behind her back. It's done. As expected, as long as the time is right, even with blank command seals, one can force oneself to become a master. Seeing the figure that appeared in the magic circle, Ito was excited. Chapter 1834. P.S. Same old question. I'll update it later. It will become a new chapter around 12:30 p.m. The figure that appeared in the magic circle was none other than Medusa. May I ask, are you summoning my master? Medusa looked at Sakura Tasaka and asked. Yes. Sakura Tasaka put down her arms and answered. At that moment, 3 new command seals appeared on the back of Sakura's hand. Apparently, after the forced summoning, the Holy Grail system had chosen Sakura as one of the masters in the war. The servant rider swears that I will transform into a sharp sword and kill all the enemies of my master. Medusa knelt on the ground with one knee and lowered her head as she swore. Quick, get up. Although she had been worshipped by Lancer during the 4th Holy Grail War, she was still not used to seeing a stranger kneeling in front of her. Yes, Medusa replied and stood up. Sakura, take a look at her attributes. Ito said. All right, Brother Chung. Saying this, Kasaka Sakura used perception magic to observe Medusa's information. In an instant, a set of numbers appeared in Sakura's mind. There were no words, but she could understand what the numbers represented. Strength B, durability D, agility, magic B, luck E, noble phantasm A+. Sakura Tasaka told Ito the data that she obtained. Ito nodded and did not say anything. This number wasn't too good, but in this Holy Grail War where all the servants in this world were half dead, it could be considered as an above-average servant. At the very least, it wasn't any worse than Saber summoned by Miyashiro. Sakura, bring her to change her clothes. Bring her and Shire to walk around the streets and familiarize them with the surroundings. He then ordered. As Shire was not taken away by the church and the people from the burial mechanism, she did not receive any brainwashing from the church. Although she was still disgusted by non-human creatures and vampires, she would not go on a crusade against them like in the original work. Moreover, she was not an executor of the burial mechanism like in the original work, so there was no reason for her to go on a crusade against them. On top of that, Ito and Sakura Tasaka had influenced him. Therefore, he, who had no place to stay, stayed in Ito's house and became a member of Ito's family. However, perhaps due to the influence of the original novel, Seer's love for curry and coffee began to appear. This gave Ito and Sakura Tasaka a headache. They couldn't wait to get rid of these 2 things from their storage at home. All right, Sakura Tasaka agreed. All right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sakura Tasaka. You can call me Sakura. This is Brother Chung. Sakura suddenly thought of something and introduced him to Medusa. Then she asked, Sister, what's your name? Medusa. Medusa's heart was touched by Nagasaka Sakura's words. She paused for a moment and said in a gentle voice, Medusa? Sakura Tasaka's eyes widened in surprise. As a magician, Sakura Tasaka had naturally learned about Medusa, but she had always thought of her as a legendary creature. She didn't expect to see her in real life, so she was shocked. Those who can be called heroic spirits are all people who can leave their names and deeds in history and legends. Moreover, the medium I asked you to use to summon her is related to Medusa's legend, so it's natural for her to be summoned. Ito rubbed Sakura Tasaka's head and smiled. Oh, Sakura Tasaka replied softly. My name is Ito. You can call me Chung from now on. Ito turned to look at Medusa. Okay, sure. Medusa agreed. Then she greeted him courteously. She could already tell that Ito had a special relationship with her master. She might even be under his command in this Holy Grail war, so she followed his advice. Okay, Saito replied. Medusa-san, let's go. Sakura Tasaka walked in front of Medusa, grabbed her hand, and said softly. Medusa looked down at Sakura Tasaka, then followed her silently. After them, Saito also left the basement. Sakura, who had received Lancer's worship, was still not used to seeing a stranger kneel in front of her. Yes, Medusa replied and stood up. Sakura, check her stats. Saito said. Okay, Chung-san. Sakura Tasaka used magic perception to check Medusa's stats. In an instant, a set of numbers appeared in Sakura's mind. There were no words, but she could understand what the numbers represented. Strength B, durability D, agility A, magic B, luck E, noble phantasm A+. Sakura Tasaka told Saito the stats that she obtained. Saito nodded. He did not say anything. This number wasn't too good, but in this world where all the servants were half dead in the Holy Grail War, it was considered to be above average. At the very least, it wasn't any worse than the saber summoned by Miyashiro. Sakura, bring her to change her clothes. Then, bring her and Shire to walk around the streets to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. He then ordered. As Shire was not taken away by the church and the people from the burial organization, she was not brainwashed by the church. Although she was still disgusted by non-human creatures and vampires, she would not go on a crusade against them as she did in the original work. Moreover, she was not an executor of the burial organization like she was in the original work, so there was no reason for her to go on a crusade. In addition to Saito and Sakura Tasaka's double influence, Shire, who had no place to stay, stayed in Saito's house and became a member of Saito's family. However, no one knew if it was because she was sufficiently influenced. The bad habit of loving curry and coffee in the original work began to appear in Shire. Saito and Sakura Tasaka, who did not have much love for these two things, were having a headache. They could not wait to get rid of these two things from their storage at home. Okay, Sakura Tasaka agreed. Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sakura Tasaka. You can call me Sakura. This is Chung-san. Sakura Tasaka suddenly recalled something and looked at Medusa. She then asked, Sister, what's your name? Medusa. Medusa's heart was touched by Nagasaka Sakura's words. She paused for a moment and said in a gentle voice, Medusa? Sakura Tasaka's eyes widened in surprise. As a magician, Sakura Tasaka had naturally learned about Medusa, but she had always thought that it was a creature of legend. She did not expect to see the real person in person, so she was very surprised. Those that could be called heroic spirits are all people who can leave their names and deeds in history and legends. Moreover, the medium I asked you to use to summon her is related to Medusa's legend, so it is natural that she would be summoned. Saito reached out and gently rubbed Sakura Tasaka's head with a smile. Oh, Sakura Tasaka replied softly. My name is Saito. You can call me Chung from now on. Saito turned to look at Medusa and said, Okay, sure. Medusa agreed and then greeted him politely. She could already tell that Saito and her master had a very special relationship. She might even be under his command in this Holy Grail war, so she followed his good advice. Okay, Saito responded. Medusa-san, let's go. Sakura Tasaka walked in front of Medusa and reached out to hold her hand. Medusa lowered her head and looked at Sakura Tasaka, then silently followed them out. After them, Saito also left the basement. In addition to Saito and Sakura Tasaka's double influence, Saito, who had no place to stay, stayed in Saito's house and became a member of Saito's family. However, it was unknown whether it was because of the influence the original work's bad habit of loving curry and coffee began to appear in Saito and Sakura Tasaka, who didn't really like these two things, had a headache. They couldn't wait to get rid of these two things from their storage at home. Okay, Sakura Tasaka agreed. Right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sakura Tasaka. You can call me Sakura. This is Chungich. Sakura Tasaka suddenly thought of something and looked at Medusa. She then asked, "Sister, what's your name?" Medusa. Medusa's heart was touched by Nagasaka Sakura's words. She paused for a moment and said in a gentle voice, "Medusa?" Sakura Tasaka said with her eyes wide open. As a magician, Sakura Tasaka naturally learned about Medusa, but she always thought it was a creature in legends. She didn't expect to see the real person in real life, so she was very surprised. Those who could be called heroic spirits are those who can leave their names and deeds in history and legends. What's more, the medium I asked you to use to summon Medusa is related to the legend of Medusa, so it's natural that she can be summoned. Seito reached out and gently rubbed Sakura Tasaka's head and smiled. "My name is Seito. You can call me Chung in the future." Seito turned his head and looked at Medusa. Okay. Medusa agreed and then greeted him politely. She could already see that Seito and her master had a very special relationship. She might even be under his command in this Holy Grail war, so she followed his good advice. "Medusa, Nei-san, let's go." Sakura Tasaka walked in front of Medusa and reached out to hold her hand. Chapter 1835. P.S. Thank you to Wongit and Meteor Dance for their precious monthly votes. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Fine raindrops fell from the sky and hit the dense leaves, creating a natural sound unique to the summer night. It was nighttime, and the rain and fog were like an illusion, shrouding the entire city in a hazy mist. Tap, tap. At this moment, a series of unstable footsteps faintly came from the night sky. Then, after 2 minutes, accompanied by a whoosh sound, a figure appeared from the misty forest. It was the silhouette of a woman with a graceful figure. She was wearing a dark robe, and her head was covered with a mask that covered half of her face. She looked like the ancient Egyptian temple priest attire, making her look very mysterious. The woman staggered, and her body swayed as she moved forward. However, at this moment, she did not know if she did not have a firm footing or her body was so tired that she could no longer support her movements. But the woman staggered and fell forward. The woman closed her eyes and braced herself for the pain. But in the next moment, a warm chest caught her. "Medea, I've been waiting for you for so long." An unfamiliar male voice gently rang in her ears. The woman named Medea raised her head and looked at the man who called her name with her gem-like eyes. It was an ordinary man with a young face and ordinary clothes. There was nothing special about him. At this moment, she heard him say again, "Sleep. When you wake up, everything will be fine, Medea." Demetrius stared at the man's face quietly for a while. She blinked twice and fell asleep as she was told. Who is he? Why does he know my name? But before she fell asleep, Medea could not help but think about the current situation with doubts. After some time, Medea's eyelids trembled slightly, and she woke up from her sleep. In an instant, the pure white ceiling entered Demetrius's sight as she opened her eyes. Medea turned her head slightly and looked at the room. It was a small room, about 20 square meters in size. The decoration was simple. There was only a small desk, a wooden chair with a back, and something that looked like a wardrobe. Medea, who had obtained some knowledge about the modern world, immediately determined that this was the bedroom of a commoner. After coming to this conclusion, Medea moved her body slightly and forced herself to sit up on the bed. Only then did she notice that her clothes had been changed. It was not the priest robe she was wearing before. Instead, it was a clean and tidy white bathrobe. As for the clothes she was wearing before, they were neatly folded into a small square. It was placed at the foot of the bed. "Is it that man?" Medea thought to herself. Crack! Just as she was deep in thought, a soft sound suddenly rang out, attracting Demetrius' attention to the door that was slightly opened. Then the door opened. The figure of the man she had seen before she fainted appeared behind her. "You're awake." A man holding a glass of water saw Medea lying on the bed and smiled. "Thank you for saving me." Medea thanked him softly. "That's what I should do." The man closed the door behind him and walked to Medea's bedside with a glass of water. He handed it to her and said, Drink some water first. Thank you. Medea took the glass of water with both hands, brought it to her mouth, and took a small sip. I finally meet you, Medea. The man looked at Medea with a gentle face and said, Who are you? How do you know my real name? Medea's eyes changed slightly. Her expression was full of caution as she looked at the man and asked, My name is Seito. I've been waiting for you. So when you appeared, I knew your name. The man, Seito, said with a gentle smile. What do you mean? Medea, who had vaguely guessed something, narrowed her eyes and asked again. Long before the Holy Grail War began, I knew you would descend, so I've been looking for you. Seito replied. Medea's expression changed slightly, and she became silent. Fortunately, hard work pays off. I've finally found you. Seito, who did not disturb Medea, continued. Why are you looking for me? After a moment of silence, Medea, whose head was slightly lowered, asked in a low voice. Because I want you. Seito said. You want to become my master. Medea, whose face was in shadow, smirked and said with a disdainful smile. As a freedom color who had just killed a master, she had every reason to believe that Seito had spent so much effort looking for her just to become her master. As for why he knew she would descend before the Holy Grail War began, it could be attributed to the former master falling into his trap. He used a specific holy relic as the price to summon her. No. Oh, I want to make you my woman, Seito said softly. Medea, who did not expect this answer, raised her head in shock. Her eyes flashed as she looked at Seito. Why? Since you know my name, then you should also know the legend about me. Aren't you afraid of a vicious woman like me? Aren't you afraid that I'll betray you like the legend said? Medea said with a trembling voice. Of course I know about your legend. However, all I see is your naivety for love, the death of your heart after mourning, and the uneasiness and resistance of a homeless woman. Seito reached out his hand to cover Medea's face. He gently rubbed her face with his thumb as he spoke softly with a smile on his face. Medea, who felt her heart being hit by a torrent, felt her eyes heat up. Tears of excitement gushed out of her eyes. Seito's thumb moved slightly. Wiping away Demetrius's tears with his fingertips, he smiled and continued. As for me, although I'm a playboy and can't devote my feelings to a woman, as long as that woman doesn't choose to betray me, I will never give up on that woman. You can observe this in your life in the future. So, Medea, are you willing to become the woman of this fickle man? Seito asked softly. Medea's face revealed a hesitant expression. In her heart, love was actually more inclined towards monogamy. However, as a woman who was born in the feudal era of ancient times, where one man had many women, she was not particularly resistant to sharing the same man with other women. However, because of the emotional pain brought by her first love, Ison, what Medea was most afraid of was the man she loved ignoring her in the end. Just like the legendary Ison, she did not want to experience that kind of pain again. Looks like you're still hesitant about me. However, that's fine. We still have time. However, I hope to get your answer before the end of the Holy Grail War in this world. Seito said softly as he retracted his palm from Medea's face. Thank you. Medea's voice was sincere. All right, you should rest first. Wait until morning. In the morning, we'll sign a servant contract. Seito said. After saying that, he smiled at Medea and walked out of the room under her gaze. Creak. The door gently closed and opened. Eavesdropping his bad behavior, Medusa, Seito, who came to the corridor, turned his head to look at the empty space in front of him and said with a smile. After saying that, the air trembled slightly and Medusa's figure appeared from it. Please try not to be alone with perverts in the future. That kind of behavior is very dangerous. Medusa warned. Don't worry, Medusa. Normal heroic spirits can't hurt me, Seito said without much care. Medusa was silent. Obviously, she didn't believe Seito's answer. Do you want to have a competition? Seito, who also felt Medusa's attitude, suggested. Okay. Medusa, who wanted to know Seito's level, agreed without hesitation. Following which, the two of them quietly left the villa without alerting anyone else. Using inhuman movement speed, they dashed into the distance. During this process, Medusa, who originally stood proudly among the other heroic spirits with her average agility, found out that Ito's movement speed was actually not inferior to hers. For the sake of competition and testing, she increased her speed from time to time. However, to her surprise, no matter how much she increased her movement speed, Ito, who was a human in Medusa's eyes, was able to easily follow behind her. He was relaxed and didn't look like he was struggling at all. After running like that for more than 10 minutes, the two arrived in an empty space. However, when he saw the scenery around him, Ito couldn't help but smile. It seems like I'm really fated with the not far river. Every time I want to do something, I'll come here. Ito shook his head slightly and smiled. I'm ready. Let's begin, Medusa. Ito looked at Medusa, who had already drawn her weapon, and said, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Medusa suddenly threw the chain sword in her hand at Ito. The chain sword flew like a bullet and instantly arrived in front of Ito. Ito slightly turned his body, raised his hand, and punched the outside of the chain sword. Clang! The chain sword immediately bounced off into the distance. Medusa pulled the chain sword back to her hand with one hand and threw the chain sword in her other hand at the same time. Then he stomped on the ground and rushed toward Ito at an extremely fast speed. Ito dodged the chain sword attack, but in the next moment, Medusa appeared in front of Ito. She reached out her hand and grabbed the chain sword that flew past his ear. Then, she swung her arm and slashed at Ito's head. Ito raised his arm and blocked Medusa's attack with a bang. But in the next second, an exaggerated force came from Medusa's arm, and she forcefully slashed the chain sword at Ito's face. Medusa's defensive skill, monstrous strength. Unable to defend himself, Ito could only stomp his feet and jump back. Immediately after, a chain sword in Medusa's hand flew out and shot straight at him. Ito's right arm shook slightly, and a crude obsidian dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. He skillfully blocked in front of him. Clang! The chain sword was instantly knocked away. But then, the chain sword's appearance changed. It turned from a metal chain into a long, pitch-black arrow. It turned around and bit at Ito. It was Medusa's magic. Ito's left hand moved quickly. His fingers moved quickly and made several magic gestures. Then, a fist-sized fireball flew out from his hand and collided with the black snake. Boom! Dust exploded and covered Ito's figure. Using this opportunity, Ito quickly retreated. But before he could stabilize himself, Medusa suddenly appeared beside him and stabbed her chain sword at him. Ito used one of his hind legs to forcefully stomp on the ground. Then, with his hind leg as the center, he quickly rotated his body. Medusa, who missed this time, moved one hand to the side and swung the chain sword at him. At this time, Ito, who had just turned around, did not dare to hesitate. He quickly patted on the back of Medusa's sword, making her palm fall down. At the same time, he raised his left foot and kicked Medusa. Bang! Medusa, who was hit in the stomach, immediately slid back. Her feet plowed 2 deep marks on the ground. This time, Ito was the one who took advantage of the situation. At this moment, he waved his hand, and several streams of light instantly shot toward Medusa, who had yet to come to a stable stop. After that, they exploded with a boom, forming intense flames that burned Medusa. Ito didn't stop and shot out several streaks of light. Boom! This time, the explosion was a freezing magic spell. The pale cold air turned into ice crystals and covered Medusa's body as she crossed her arms in front of her. However, Ito, who had obtained Medusa's data from Sakura Inaka, understood that Medusa had a rank B magic resistance and could even ignore the damage from magic spells. Thus, after releasing 2 waves of magic attacks, Ito immediately used Shrink Ground to rush in front of Medusa. He stretched out his arm and punched at her. Bang! Medusa, who had her arms in front of her, was once again forced to slide back. But this time, Ito didn't chase after her. After all, the two of them were only sparring this time to understand each other's strength, not to kill each other. Otherwise, when they took out the obsidian dagger, the spear of Torowiska Bontic Yatori, they could have launched a sure-hit attack on the Medusa. Why not use it? Therefore, it was enough for him to reach this point. Chapter 1836. How is it? Is my strength enough to enter your eyes? Seito looked at Medusa and asked with a smile. Yes, then I can rest assured. Medusa put away her weapon and said softly. Seito smiled slightly, turned his head to look at the flickering city lights across the riverbank, and said softly, Medusa, let's go for a night tour. Following Seito's gaze, Medusa also looked at the other side of the Weiyuan River without speaking. I've decided, let's go for a night tour, Seito said again with certainty. Then he stepped in front of Medusa, who turned her head to look at him, reached out and grabbed Medusa's hand, and pulled her forward. The two walked across the riverbank, crossed the bridge over the Weiyuan River, and came to the streets of Fuyuki new capital. Fortunately, it was already late at night. Except for some super night owls, there were not many pedestrians on the street. In addition, Seito and Medusa also consciously used magic to guide the consciousness of the people around them, making the passers-by deliberately ignore their existence, so no one paid attention to Medusa's strange dress. But in fact, even if they didn't do that, with the strange social common sense and worldview of the Japanese people, they shouldn't care too much. After all, in some movies, it was normal for the heroine with a strange appearance to walk on the street. Fuyuki City is really quiet at night. Seito sighed softly. By the way, Medusa, what is your wish to participate in the Holy Grail War? Then Seito turned his head, looked at Medusa, who was silent beside him, and asked, to protect the important people. Medusa, who was silent for a moment, replied, we are really a pair of master and servant, and the wish is such a simple thing. Seito smiled. Medusa turned her head slightly and glanced at Seito without saying a word. Obviously, in Medusa's consciousness, she didn't think that Ito Nara's wish to keep her in a modern world was an easy thing to achieve. Well, you'll know when the time comes. Seito shrugged. Then, the two of them fell into a short period of silence. What are you going to do? Medusa suddenly broke the silence and asked, are you referring to the battle plan? Seito asked. Medusa nodded in confirmation. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I haven't prepared any battle plans. Seito sighed. My idea is actually very simple. I just want to act according to the situation. I will stay by Ying's side, Medusa said. Of course, Ying's safety is the most important thing. After all, we need to rely on Ying to connect us. Seito nodded in agreement. Why don't you be the master yourself? After a pause, Medusa asked the question in her heart. I can't explain it for the time being. You just need to know that if I act as the master directly, it is likely to create an unimaginable disaster. Seito sighed helplessly. Since you can't act as the master directly, what are you going to do with Castor, who was brought back by you? Are you going to let someone else be the master? Medusa asked again. As for the other people she mentioned, Seito could probably imagine that it was nothing more than Here, Liz, and Bai Fei. My opinion is still to let Ying be the master. Then use the grafting ceremony to transfer the magical supply of Castor to me, so that it won't burden Ying. Seito replied, why don't you use someone else? Medusa wondered. Because it's not suitable. Regardless of whether it's Here, Liz, Bai Fei, or Xin, who you've only met once, the three of them are all wanted criminals to the outside world. The appearance of any one of them may cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, in order to prevent any accidents from happening during the Holy Grail War, for the sake of the Holy Grail, it's best to let Ying be the new master of Castor. Seito explained. Then there was silence between the two of them. In this regard, Seito didn't care about it anymore. He still took Medusa to the streets of Fuyuki City with interest. When the sky began to turn white, the two of them returned to the villa together. If you feel that your magical power is not enough, come to me. I can help you replenish your magical power. When they were about to leave, Ito suddenly said to Medusa, who was about to turn into a spirit. The latter turned her head and stared at Seito. Without speaking, she turned into a spirit and disappeared into the air. Then this morning, Seito came to the living room with Medea. Another one. This place is going to become a shelter for unknown women. Seeing the new Medea, Here slightly turned her head and whispered, "What did you say?" "Sister Here." Sakura Tasaka, who didn't hear what Here said, was puzzled. "Nothing." Here smiled, then looked at Medea and said, "Don't you want to introduce her?" "This is Medea, our new family member." Ito introduced. "Really? That's really a welcome." Here's smile looked a little dangerous, and when she spoke, she particularly emphasized the word welcome. "Hello, Miss Medea." Sakura Tasaka smiled and greeted. "Hello." Medea, who ignored Here, returned the greeting to Sakura Tasaka. "What a rude guy. You don't know how to return the greeting. Maybe you should learn the good etiquette again, so that you won't be laughed at in the future." Here said with a smile, "My etiquette teacher told me that I have to treat the polite with respect and ignore the rude and people who are looking for trouble. Otherwise, you'll be annoyed by their incessant pestering like flies." Demetrius said sarcastically in a flat tone. "What did you say?" Here's mouth twitched, and her eyes gave off a dangerous signal as she stared at Medea. "Huh? Was that you talking?" "Sorry, I didn't hear you." Medea stared back and said with a smile. An electric spark that could be seen with the naked eye appeared between the two of them, gently exploding. Okay, you two sit down and eat." Seito walked between the two and said in a bad mood. At the same time, he couldn't help but think, should I get another house? There are too many women living in this mansion. Umph. Medea and Here snorted in unison and sat down at the table as they were told. "Sister Here, here's your curry." At this moment, Sakura Tasaka hurriedly handed Here a bowl of curry rice that she had prepared. "Thank you, Sakura," Here said with a happy face. "Miss Medea." Sakura Tasaka smiled and handed a bowl of white rice to Medea. "Thank you." Medea took the bowl gracefully and thanked her. "Where are Liz and Zun?" Ito asked Sakura Tasaka, who was busy in front of the rice cooker. "Zun is probably still in her lab. Sister Liz probably hasn't woken up yet." Sakura Tasaka handed a bowl of rice to Seito. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Liz and Baifei appeared in the dining room. She was wearing white shorts and a black sleeveless vest. One of her arms was raised high, and the other hand was covering her mouth to make a big yawn. "Sister Liz, it's time to eat." Sakura Tasaka greeted. "Oh," Liz responded. Then he went straight to the table and sat down next to Heel. "Sister Liz." Sakura Tasaka handed her a bowl of rice. "Thank you, Sakura." Liz and Baifei smiled. In the end, Sakura Tasaka filled a bowl of rice for herself and sat down at the table. It was a peaceful breakfast with everyone. "Sakura, come with me." After breakfast, Seito brought Medea to the kitchen and called out to Sakura Tasaka, who was washing the dishes in the kitchen. "Okay." Sakura Tasaka quickly agreed. She then grabbed a towel to wipe her hands, took off her apron, and walked out of the kitchen. She then followed Seito to the basement. After a while, the three of them arrived at the basement. "Sakura, Medea, you two sign the contract first. I'll go draw the grafting magic circle," Seito said. "Contract?" Sakura Tasaka looked at Medea confusedly. She didn't know what contract to sign. Under the witness of the Wheel of Suppression, under the binding of the three commands, I entrust my body to thee. Medea didn't pay attention to Sakura Tasaka's confusion. She had already heard Seito's explanation before going downstairs to eat breakfast. She reached out her hand and whispered the contract incantation. Here, the contract is established. Following a slight pain, 3 new command seal patterns appeared on the back of Sakura's other hand that didn't have a command seal pattern before. This is... Looking at the red Satu sign that suddenly appeared on the back of her hand, Sakura Inosaka had a look of realization. "Servant Caster Medea greets Master," Medea said solemnly. Hello, matey-san. Sakura Tasaka was a bit confused. Master, you can call me Castor or Medea. Medea smiled. Then okay, Medea. Sakura Tasaka replied. Okay, Sakura, Medea, you two stand here. At this time, Seito's voice sounded in their ears. Sakura Tasaka and Medea turned their heads and looked at Seito. They saw that on the cement floor in front of Seito, there was a circle with 3 circles on the ground. Seito stood in one of the circles. Sakura Tasaka and Medea knew what the circle was, so they didn't hesitate and stood in the other 2 circles. Let's begin, Seito said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, mana surged, and a gentle blue light blossomed from the magic array. In the next moment, a mysterious connection appeared between Sakura, Ito-sei, and Demetrius, connecting them together. Chapter 1837. P.S. Same old question, first pass, then change. 2 or 3 days have passed since he signed the contract with Demetrius. La 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 la. That night, pleasant music suddenly sounded, attracting Seito's attention. Seito took out the phone from his pocket, looked down at the caller ID, then got up from his sofa, walked to the side, pressed the answer button, and put the phone to his ear. Master, the jackals have entered the sheepfold. On the other end of the phone, a cold and gentle female voice was heard. Keep an eye on it. Inform me as soon as Jackal leaves. Seito said in a low voice. Yes. Then Seito hung up the phone and put it away. Then he said to Sakura Tasaka, Here, Liz, and Baifei, who were watching TV, I'm going out. After saying that, he walked towards the entrance. Oh, be careful, Sakura Tasaka said. I'll go with you. Here got up. No, you can watch TV at home. Seito, who was putting on his shoes, refused without looking back. Okay. Here shrugged and sat down again. I'm leaving. Seito, who put on his shoes, straightened up. Then he opened the door and flashed out of the room. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Seito, who left the mansion, went to the garage and opened it with the electronic key. In an instant, there was a muffled sound and the garage door slowly opened, revealing a black car inside. When the garage door was opened to the maximum, Seito stepped into the garage and came to the car. He opened the door and sat in the driver's seat, inserted the key, started the engine, and drove away from the mansion with a humming sound. He drove toward Shinshan Town, which was only a few miles away from Fuma Town. La 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 la. Then on the way, another burst of pleasant music abruptly rang out. Seito slowed down the car. He took out the phone from his pocket, pressed the answer button, and put it to his ear. Master, Jackal has left. On the phone, a cold voice said, Immediately enter the mansion and treat the people inside. Seito ordered. Yes. Then Seito hung up the phone again and sped up. He rushed toward Shinshan Town. At the same time, near Shinshan Town's Gemini Mansion, there was a slight sound of wind. A beautiful woman wearing black pants and a black shirt, with her long silver hair tied behind her head. A beautiful woman with a cold expression on her face suddenly landed in front of Gemini Mansion. This woman was none other than Jialan, who had not appeared in Ito-sei's villa for a long time. Jialan turned his head and observed his surroundings. After confirming that there were no problems, he pushed open the doors of the Gemini Pavilion and walked in. Gemini Mansion, also known as Ghost Mansion, was a Western-style building with a huge space inside. The main hall alone was close to 100 square meters. Together with the 2 buildings that were worthy of the Gemini name and the other indoor spaces, the entire building looked huge. The interior decoration matched the style of the building. It was completely Western style. There was carpet on the floor, candles on the walls, and crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. However, it was unknown if there was a lack of electricity or something else, but none of them were lit up. It made the interior of the mansion seem very dim. She relied on her excellent night vision. She moved into the mansion with ease. However, it didn't take long before a human body covered in blood appeared before her eyes. Her sapphire blue eyes flashed slightly. She rushed to the side of the human body and looked down. The human body was about 1.7 meters tall and wore a dark red suit. However, from the contours of the face, it was still possible to tell that it was a woman. She had short wine-red hair, and 2 Celtic-style earrings dangled from her earlobes. Bizet. Her mind flashed with the name of the woman lying on the ground as she softly muttered. Bizet, whose full name was Bizet Fragamar Creamies, was a magician from a famous Finnish family that used runes. She was a combat member of the Magic Execution Department who was responsible for designated seal. She was good at close combat and magic combat. As a magician, her quality had reached A+. The reason why she appeared here was because she was sent by the Magic Association to participate in the Holy Grail War. The Master of Servant Lancer. After signing the contract with Demetrius, another 2 to 3 days had passed. La 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 la, la la la, la 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 la. That night, a burst of pleasant music suddenly sounded and attracted Sei Ito's attention. Sei Ito took out the source of the music from his pocket, his phone. He looked down at the caller ID and then stood up from the sofa. He walked to the side while pressing the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Master, the jackals have entered the sheepfold. On the other side of the phone, a cold and gentle female voice was heard. Observe carefully. Inform me as soon as Jackal leaves. Sei Ito said in a low voice. Yes. Then, Sei Ito hung up the phone and put it away. Then he said to Sakura, to Saka, here, Liz, and Baifei who were watching TV, I'm going out. After saying that, he walked towards the entrance. Oh, be careful, Sakura to Saka said. I'll go with you. Here stood up. No need. You can watch TV at home. Sei Ito, who was putting on his shoes, refused without turning his head. Okay. Here shrugged and sat down again. I'm leaving. Sei Ito straightened up after putting on his shoes. Then he opened the door and flashed out of the room. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Out of the villa, Ito Sei went to the garage and opened it with the electronic key. In an instant, there was a muffled sound. The garage door slowly opened, revealing a black car inside. When the garage door was opened to the maximum, Sei Ito stepped into the garage and went to the side of the car. He opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. He inserted the key and started the engine. The car hummed and drove away from the villa. He drove to Shinshan town, which was only a few miles away from Fuma town. La 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 la, la 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 la. Then on the way, another burst of pleasant music abruptly rang out. Sei Ito slowed down the car, took out the phone from his pocket, pressed the answer button, and put it to his ear. Master, Jackal has left. On the phone, a cold voice said, immediately enter the building and treat the people inside. Sei Ito ordered. Yes. Then Sei Ito hung up the phone again, increased the car speed, and rushed to Shinshan town. At the same time, in the vicinity of the Twin Dojo in Deep Mountain Town, there was a slight sound of breaking through the air. A beautiful woman wearing black pants and a black shirt suddenly landed in front of the Twin Dojo. Her silver hair was simply tied up behind her head. Her face was beautiful, but her expression was somewhat cold. This woman was not someone else. She was Jalan, who had not appeared in Sei Ito's villa for a long time. Jalan turned her head and looked around. After making sure there was no problem, she pushed open the door of the Gemini Mansion and walked in. The Gemini Mansion, also known as the Ghost Mansion, was a Western-style building. The interior space was huge. Just the entrance hall alone was close to 100 square meters. Together with the 2 other buildings that were worthy of the Gemini name and other indoor spaces, the entire building looked huge. The interior decoration matched the style of the building. It was completely Western style. The floor was covered with carpets, the wall had candles, and the ceiling had crystal chandeliers hanging upside down. However, no one knew if it was due to the lack of electricity or something else, but none of them were lit up. It made the interior of the mansion seem very dim. Relying on his excellent night vision, Jalan moved into the hall with ease. However, it didn't take long before a human body covered in blood appeared before her eyes. Jalan's sapphire blue eyes flashed slightly. She rushed to the side of the human body and looked down. The human body was about 1.7 meters tall and wore a dark red suit. However, from the lines on the face, it was still possible to tell that it was a woman. She had short wine-red hair, and 2 Celtic-style earrings dangled from her earlobes. Bizet, Jalon softly said as the name of the woman on the ground flashed in her mind. Bizet, whose full name was Bizet Fragamar Creamies, was a magician from a famous Finnish family that used runes. She was a combat member of the Magic Execution Department who was responsible for designated seal. She was good at close combat and magic combat. As a magician, her quality had reached A+. The reason why she appeared here was because she was sent by the Magic Association to participate in the Holy Grail War. The Master of Servant Lancer. After signing the contract with Demetrius, another 2 to 3 days had passed. That night, a burst of pleasant music suddenly sounded and attracted Seito's attention. Seito took out the phone from his pocket and looked at the caller ID. He then stood up from his sofa and walked to the side while pressing the answer button and putting the phone to his ear. Master, the jackals have entered the sheepfold. On the other end of the phone, a cold and gentle female voice could be heard. Observe carefully. Inform me as soon as Jackal leaves. Seito said in a low voice. Yes. Then he said to Sakura Dosaka, Here, Liz, and Baifei who were watching TV, I'm going out for a while. Chapter 1838. P.S. Thanks to Tsong Li for the tip. Thanks to Tsong Li for the evaluation vote. At night, in a neighborhood full of Japanese-style buildings in the eastern part of Fuyuki City. Whoosh whoosh. Accompanied by a slight sound of breaking through the air, a pitch-black figure quickly leaped above the houses in the street, as if searching for something. Then soon, it stopped on the wall of a Japanese-style house that occupied almost half of the street. It was a slender man wearing a strange blue tight suit. His hair was dark blue, and the top part was neatly shaved. The back part of his head was tied into a ponytail with a string, hanging naturally behind his back. He held a bright red, slender pistol in his hand, and under the moonlight, he looked mysterious and charming. It was Lancer, the servant. At this moment, Lancer's figure dashed and quickly landed on the courtyard wall. His footsteps were light as he walked towards one of the brightly lit houses. Over there, a red-haired youth in a khaki uniform with a dry red mark on his left chest was sitting on the door in a daze. He seemed to be lost in his thoughts and didn't notice Lancer, who had arrived in front of him. Seeing this, Lancer silently pointed the tip of the spear in his hand at the boy's face. Feeling the sudden cold sharpness, the boy raised his head slightly and looked at the tip of the spear in front of him. In an instant, his pupils shrank, and he looked forward with a face full of fear, then turned his head and looked around. Illusion? Then the boy's expression changed again as he thought of something, and he stood up from the tatami. However, at this time, a shadow suddenly appeared and shrouded him. The boy turned his head and looked behind him. Lancer jumped high in front of the light, holding the spear in his hand in a lunging posture, instantly reflected in his eyes. What? The boy's expression changed drastically. He instinctively exclaimed out loud, and at the same time, he subconsciously rolled to the side. Puff! Then the next moment, the tip of the spear fiercely pierced into the tatami. Seriously, how could I fall to the point where I have to kill the same person twice in a day? He slowly stood up from the tatami. Lancer, who turned to look at the boy, released a murderous aura and mocked himself. What a disaster. Then, Lancer once again raised the spear in an attacking posture and said loudly, Hey, don't dodge anymore. Perhaps he was provoked by Lancer's arrogant attitude, or the desire to survive in his heart was too strong. The boy, who had been stunned, suddenly grabbed a roll of newspaper beside him and stood up shakily. His face was full of nervousness and apprehension. He made a mid-level kendo stance, as if he was ready to resist to the end. Lancer was taken aback when he saw the boy's reaction. Then he smiled with a dangerous expression, as if he was insulted. What a strange trick. Enhance. Let magical power through the paper roll to increase its strength. You are a magician? The boy didn't speak. He was on his guard. Interesting. I'm looking forward to it. After he said that, the spear, The boy tried his best to block Lancer's attack with a paper scroll frame that was as hard as steel after being strengthened. However, the difference in strength between him and Lancer, a heroic spirit, was too great. His body fell backward involuntarily. Good boy, how about this move? Then, Lancer raised the spear with one hand. He quickly slashed at the boy as if he was smashing something. Bang! In a violent, muffled sound, the boy's body arched as he slid backward, broke through the thick wooden sliding door, fell heavily on the ground of the courtyard, and slid back a short distance. Plop! Whoosh! At the same time, Lancer chased after the boy and launched another attack. Seeing that he was forced into a corner, the boy cursed angrily. Damn it! He immediately stood up from the ground, clenched the paper roll with both hands, and slashed out fiercely. Clang! A crisp sound reverberated in the night sky. Then, there was a soft whoosh sound. A slender weapon with a vaguely visible shape was flipped and thrown out, nailing diagonally to the ground. It was Lancer's spear. Lancer looked at the weapon that was knocked out of the corner of his eye with some surprise. However, he didn't care too much. After all, it was an attack that went easy. The fact that it was knocked out could only mean that he underestimated the explosive power of his prey, not that he was weak. And the boy who completed this attack seemed to be out of strength as he panted there. Then, Lancer withdrew his gaze. There was a sneer on his face. Suddenly, his figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of the boy as if he had teleported. As the latter's face was full of shock, he kicked the boy's abdomen with a side kick. Bang! Under the impact of the huge force, the boy's eyes were wide open as he flew backward rapidly until he hit the steel door of the utility room built on the side of the courtyard. Bang! Cough, cough. The boy's chest surged with an uncontrollable urge to vomit as he coughed violently. Good quality, but still too inexperienced. Lancer, who had retrieved the spear, slowly approached the boy and said softly. The boy moved his body like a worm and crawled into the utility room from the half-open door. I don't want to fight with the magician, but you might be the seventh person. Lancer stood behind the boy and said, So farewell, boy. This time, I won't hesitate anymore. Lancer clenched his spear and pointed it at the boy. However, just as he was about to turn the spear into a stab, a dazzling light accompanied by a sudden burst of magic appeared in the dark utility room. Then, a strong wind was sucked in from the outside, forming a fierce whirlwind that destroyed Lancer's attack. While what? Lancer was shocked when he saw the sudden appearance of the whirlwind. Then, the whirlwind dispersed, revealing a blonde girl wearing a blue skirt and simple metal armor. It was Saber the servant. Saber stared at Lancer with a sharp gaze. How was it possible? It's the seventh servant, Lancer said loudly in disbelief. On the other hand, Saber completely ignored Lancer's shock. She directly lowered her body and rushed toward Lancer with the help of the turbulence that had not completely dissipated. She swung her sword and slashed. Lancer's expression changed slightly and quickly blocked in front of him with his spear. Clang! In the crisp sound, Lancer's body involuntarily slid back a short distance. It was obvious that Saber had won this battle. Lancer looked at the boy who was still sitting on the ground unwillingly and clicked his tongue. He decisively retreated from the utility room. For a spearman who used a long weapon, the vast space outside was more suitable for him to display his strength. After waiting for about 10 seconds, Saber, who was holding the invisible sword, ran out of the utility room and confronted Lancer. Hi! Lancer's expression was no longer casual. He looked serious as he greeted her. Let me ask first, who's the winner of this battle? Aren't you going to save it for the next battle? Lancer continued. Your master, who is standing there, looks like he doesn't know what's going on. Isn't it better to fight after we're fully prepared? I refuse. It's impossible for servants to meet each other twice. Saber refused with a stern expression. Ah, well said. Lancer got into position and said loudly. But are you an idiot? You didn't even bring a weapon, and you want to fight? You're too careless. Then, he suddenly thrust his spear forward. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing was heard. He blocked it. Is an invisible weapon. Lancer noticed Saber's hands and was shocked. Then, Saber suddenly exerted force. A strong magic flow exploded from her body and pushed back Lancer's spear. Wah! Under the impact of the huge force, Lancer's body once again involuntarily slid back a distance. Let me ask you something. Lancer, who didn't expect a petite body to be able to explode with such strength, asked in a serious tone, "Is your weapon a sword?" "This has nothing to do with weapons, because you won't be able to get up if you're here," Saber said seriously. "You said that," Lancer said with a cold expression. Then, he sneered and continued, "The best swordsman, Saber. I didn't expect to see you here with my own eyes. Really, I'm too restrained. My master ordered me to carry out such a petty reconnaissance mission. I thought I didn't get the grand prize of the Holy Grail War and wanted to give up, but this development is not bad. You seem to be very eloquent, if you are also a servant. If you're a servant, use that spear to do the talking," Saber said calmly. "Haha, no problem. Then I'll use this spear to defeat you." Lancer laughed. At the same time, a wave of magic and a shocking murderous aura was emitted from his body. Feeling the magic and murderous aura, Saber's face immediately showed a serious expression. "Farewell. I'll take your heart," Lancer announced. Then, he thrust his spear at Saber. However, the position of the attack wasn't very good. At least, it wasn't the best way to attack. Saber, who had made a judgment, waved her sword and slashed at the spear. But at this moment, an imposing voice came out of Lancer's mouth once again. "Piercing, spear of death." In the next moment, the air distorted and the spear in Lancer's hand seemed to be broken. Suddenly, it formed a corner with the spear and stabbed at Saber's chest at a tricky angle. Pooh! Bright red blood spurted out from Saber's body in an instant. Lancer's noble phantasm, the piercing spear of death, was a spear that could reverse the law of cause and effect. The result of the piercing heart was predetermined at the moment the spear was released. Then, the spear would be able to execute the desired cause attack. Therefore, as long as the spear was released, the enemy would be as good as dead. Therefore, Lancer, who had completed the attack, had a victorious smile on his face. Then, Lancer's expression changed. His face was filled with disbelief, because in front of him, Saber, who he expected to be dead, was still alive. The only difference was that her left chest, near her shoulder, was covered in blood, which made her look like she was in pain. Did she dodge? My piercing spear of death? Piercing spear of death? That's the name of your weapon? Then, your real name is... Saber's expression changed slightly. Obviously, she had guessed Lancer's true identity from the name of the weapon. In Celtic mythology, the son of the Irish sun god, Lugar Mac Esselin, the son of light, Cu Churin, TSK. Just as Saber was about to shout out the answer, Lancer suddenly gritted his teeth and turned around as if he was about to leave. "Damn it, I actually exposed my true identity so early," Lancer said self-deprecatingly. "Are you trying to run away?" Saber asked loudly. "What a coincidence. This is the Master's order. If you want to die, you can come after me." Lancer stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at Saber with a cold smile. After that, he jumped out of the courtyard. "Wait," Saber shouted. However, because of her wound, she stopped moving and half-knelt on the ground with a painful expression. "Hey, are you okay?" The boy who had been idling around for a long time quickly ran over and asked. However, when he ran to Saber's side, Saber had already gotten up from the ground. Even the original wound on her body had healed. "What the hell is going on? Who are you people?" The boy who thought it was a magic trick asked the question in his heart. "I'm your servant who is summoned to fight in this Holy Grail War." "I think I've already told you this, Master," Saber replied. So, what is this Holy Grail War and servant?" The boy who did not get a detailed answer asked anxiously. "Is that so? So you really don't know anything? In that case, I'll answer you. The Holy Grail War." Saber then explained the information related to the Holy Grail War to the boy. Chapter 1839. P.S. Thank you to Lightsplitter for your precious monthly votes. At this time, far away from the Japanese community, in a park with few people around, Lancer's moving figure suddenly stopped. "You're really looking for death. Come out. Let me finish you here." Lancer turned slightly and looked at the shadow not far away. As his words fell, the air began to blur, and then a purple-haired beauty in a sexy black dress, Rider Medusa, appeared from the void. Another woman. Lancer raised his eyebrows. "But forget it. Blame yourself for appearing at the wrong time. I don't have so much time to play with you now, so I'll take your heart." After that, Lancer's body spewed out an amazing amount of magic. He took a stance and suddenly thrust out the spear in his hand. Penetrated, however, before he could finish his words, a white light suddenly shot out from the side and shot straight at Lancer's head. Lancer's action of disarming the spear paused, and he raised the end of his spear to block the light. Puff! A puff of white smoke rose from the shaft of the spear. "So there's another bug. Is it assassin?" Lancer turned his head slightly and looked in the direction of the light with a disdainful expression on his face. For Cuculin, who died in battle in the legends, he looked down on Assassin, a hero spirit who relied on sneak attacks and assassinations to rise to fame. In fact, it wasn't just him. The heroic spirits of other job classes felt the same way. To them, Assassin was nothing more than an annoying bug. Wallalala. What answered him was a sharp dagger with a long chain at the end, which quickly shot towards him. It was Ryder's attack. Lancer raised his spear slightly. The dagger was knocked away. Then, in the next second, a new beam of light shot towards him. Lancer had no choice but to raise his spear to block the attack again. But taking advantage of this moment of delay, Ryder rushed in front of Lancer with her A-level dexterity and stabbed the dagger in her hand. As someone who also had A-level dexterity, Lancer, who was much faster than Rider Medusa in terms of instantaneous speed, wasn't in a hurry either. He gently dodged the dagger's stab, then turned around and swept his spear towards Ryder. Ryder lowered his body to dodge and kicked Lancer's ankle. In the meantime, another ray of light with a different angle shot towards his head. Lancer tapped his foot and instantly increased his speed to the maximum. He dodged the attack of Ryder and the white light by a hair's breadth. Then he tapped his foot again and rushed in the direction of the light. Ryder's expression changed slightly, and he followed suit. In the process of chasing, he threw out the chain, sword in his hand. Lancer held the gun with one hand and flicked it gently. With a clang, the dagger was deflected away. Lancer hurried forward for 2 to 3 seconds before a young man with a strange black dagger appeared in front of him. This man was none other than Sei-Ito, who was waiting for the 7 servants to show up and take down a city first. Human, magician. Lancer's face revealed a slightly surprised expression. Opposite him, Sei-Ito, who saw Lancer's arrival, didn't panic at all. Instead, he put away the Torowiska Bontic Atori spear that was made of obsidian. He flipped his hand, and a few gems appeared. He threw them at Lancer. Lancer waved the spear in his hand and knocked the gems away. But in the next moment, there was a loud explosion. A large amount of icy mist appeared in the air, forming frost that covered Lancer's body. When Lancer went to Wei Gong Mansion to cause trouble and started fighting with Saber, Sei-Ito had already observed Lancer's attributes from afar. Although he wasn't too sure, Lancer had a general understanding of the magic attribute. It seemed to be B. That meant that it could defend against ordinary magic, but not against advanced magic like ritual curses. In the current situation, although it couldn't hurt Lancer, but it could still affect his perception to a certain extent. Sure enough, Lancer's movements immediately paused after receiving this sudden magic attack. Seeing this, Sei-Ito didn't let it go. He immediately rushed in front of Lancer and threw a punch at Lancer's head. Lancer, who recovered from the magic attack, tilted his head back. He held the spear in his right hand and swept towards Sei-Ito's body. Sei-Ito's body tensed up. At the same time, he gently jumped to the side from the ground. Bang! In the next moment, there was a muffled sound. Sei-Ito's body flew out like a cannonball. However, although the attack was loud, Sei-Ito's perfect jump and tense body defense made him feel a little pain. He wasn't hurt at all. It wasn't even as bad as when he crashed into the trees and the surrounding public facilities. Lancer turned around and stabbed at Ryder, who was chasing after him. Ryder used both swords to block in front of him and blocked the incoming spear. Tisk! A series of sparks immediately jumped out in front of Ryder's eyes. Then, Ryder pushed the spear to the side and lifted his leg to kick Lancer's chest. Lancer raised his left arm and half-bent it in front of his chest. Bang! Under the heavy kick, Lancer's body involuntarily slid backward. It seems like my luck is really bad. The two enemies I've met in a row are both women with monstrous strength. Lancer laughed bitterly at himself. Ryder ignored Lancer's self-mockery and threw out the chained sword in his hand again. Just as Lancer was about to raise his spear to block, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside the flying chain sword. He reached out and grabbed the chain sword's handle and stabbed it with one hand. It was Sei-Ito, who was sent flying earlier. Clang! Lancer raised his spear and pushed the short sword away. Then, he adjusted his spear and stabbed at Sei-Ito's chest. Ito-sei turned sideways slightly to let the spear pass. At the same time, he pressed the spear's body and pressed it hard. With the spear as a fulcrum, he stood upside down on the spear's body. Then he jumped back and landed on the ground. He used his back and arms as shackles to tightly hold the spear's body. His other hand moved quickly and quickly wrapped the chain of Ryder's chain sword around Lancer's spear. Lancer frowned and lifted his leg to kick Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito held the spear with one hand and used the momentum to spin around. He brushed past Lancer's leg and dodged his attack. Then he grabbed Ryder's chainsword with his other hand and pulled hard. Ryder immediately used this pulling force to fly over and stab Lancer's chest like an assassin. As the spear was caught, Lancer had no choice but to let go of his spear and dodge to the side. He then attacked Sei-Ito in a curve. I'm not afraid, even if I have a spear. You don't even have a spear. Stay here. Seeing this, Sei-Ito laughed and held the death-thorn spear in his hand. He then used it as a weapon to attack Lancer. In an instant, the long spear danced in the air, drawing strange red lines that enveloped Lancer's body. In the end, the spearman was trapped by his own weapon and had to resort to using his bare hands. It was quite ironic. Disarm. After half a minute, Lancer, who could only dodge and had no chance of fighting back, finally put down his pride as a warrior. He relied on his hero spirit's ability to control his relic to put it away. In an instant, the surrounding light and shadow disappeared, and the long spear turned into nothingness and disappeared from Ito-sei's hand. Taking advantage of the less than half a second pause due to the disappearance of the spear, Lancer burst out at its highest speed and quickly left the battlefield. After a few ups and downs, it disappeared from the sight of Ito-sei and Ryder. Lancer, who had been fighting until the end, had run away. However, it had to be said that this was a wise decision. TSK, I can't believe I didn't manage to kill him, Sei-Ito said as he saw Lancer disappear. Ryder, who was next to him, did not say anything. He quietly put away his weapon. Let's go back, Sei-Ito said as he did not care much about Lancer's escape. Then, the two of them did not stay at the scene that was destroyed by the battle. They then rushed back to the villa. In the church in Fuyuki town, Lancer, who looked unfriendly, returned and saw Black Priest Yin Fengili, who was standing at the innermost part of the church. Why are you only back now? Yin Fengili asked expressionlessly. Didn't you give the order to retreat earlier? Yes. After receiving your order, I immediately left the battle and rushed back here. However, on my way back, I was attacked by other servants and their masters, Lancer explained. Who are they? Yin Fengili asked. The servant should be a rider with high agility. He has a strange eye mask on his face. I suspect that he has a magic eye skill. His weapons are two linked chain swords. The master is a young man who looks like he's in his 20s. He's wearing a magic attire made of obsidian. He's strong in close combat. I think he's on par with our servants, Lancer said. Chapter 1840. Late at night, in the dark basement of Fuyuki's house, a woman covered in a dark robe had her limbs bound by thick chains, and her body was covered with strange insects as thick as an adult's arm. Opposite her, was an old man in a kimono who looked a little strange and looked like a modified creature. The old immortal Masanori Tachibana and his grandson, Tachibana Shinji. "Grandpa, do you really want me to be your master? She just killed Almond." Tachibana Shinji said with a face full of fear. Almond's full name was Tachibana Almond. After Tachibana knew that he couldn't get Sakura. After some twists and turns, he found a mutant girl in an orphanage. As for the so-called mutant, it was a general term for people with outstanding magical aptitude who suddenly appeared when there was no magician in the family. It was similar to those wizards who were born in the Muggle family in the world of Harry Potter. After the girl was adopted, Tachibana carried out the transformation of the sea of insects on her, like how he treated Sakura Tasaka in the original work. The result was a success. At least the girl survived, but in terms of spirit, she completely collapsed. She could only smile like an idiot. But what Tachibana didn't expect was that this little girl, who had completely become Tachibana's toy and fertility tool, will be chosen by the Holy Grail and become the master, which surprised Tachibana. But since the girl became the master, Tachibana, who was still interested in the Holy Grail, naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity. He immediately decided to perform a summoning ritual for the girl in the basement after some preparations. Under the guidance of spiritual magic, the girl mechanically chanted the spell. After completing the summoning ritual, her heroic spirit was summoned. That is, the black-robed girl who is now surrounded by chains and the sea of insects. Servant's assassin. Just as the master was mentally abnormal, the assassin summoned was not an ordinary person, but a female assassin who couldn't inherit the name of Hassan because of the fear, and jealousy of the church and history. 100 Faces. A fanatical Icelandic believer. As soon as she appeared, she decisively killed her master, Anri Tatetsuki, and attacked the old man who accompanied Anri Tatetsuki. However, Assassin didn't expect Tong Zonyan's existence to be so strange. The moment she made her move, the Tong family's inkstones suddenly scattered into a pile of insects and escaped from her attack. Then, he used the insect magic and the Tong family's unique warlock that could deal with heroic spirits to detain her when she was about to escape, resulting in the current situation. "Don't worry, I've already put a warlock on her. She won't be a threat to you," Tong Zonyan said in a kind tone. It was as if he was really a grandfather who loved his grandson. "Really?" Shinji Midori still said with some hesitation. "I've already given you a choice. As for whether you want to inherit her and participate in this Holy Grail war, it's all up to you. That's all I can do." Dirty Inkstone said faintly. Hearing this, Tong Shinji's expression quickly changed. He really wanted to participate in the Holy Grail war. After knowing the existence of magic, Tong Shinji had always wanted to become a magician, but he couldn't. His body didn't awaken the magic circuit at all. Therefore, he couldn't even perform the simplest hinting magic normally, which had always been unacceptable to him as a genius. Therefore, after hearing about the existence of the Holy Grail and the Holy Grail War, he had always fantasized that he could be chosen by the Holy Grail, become the master, command the servants to participate in the battle, and win the final victory. The scene of using the Holy Grail to fulfill his wish. "Okay, I'll inherit her." After a while, Tong Shinji said while gritting his teeth, "But Grandpa, you know I don't have magic, so Grandpa, you must help me." Tong Shinji pleaded. Of course, you're a descendant of my Tong family after all. If your performance in the war is too bad, you will lose face of our Tong family. So don't worry, Grandpa will help you," Tong Zonyan said with a smile. Phew! Hearing Tong Zonyan say so, Tong Shinji exhaled a long breath and relaxed. At the same time, a proud smile unconsciously appeared on his face, his eyes shining as he looked at the girl assassin who was surrounded by insects crawling in front of him. "Come on, Shinji, start signing the contract." Looking at Tong Shinji's performance, the corner of Tong Zonyan's mouth rose slightly, and he reminded him, "Oh, okay, Grandpa." Tong Shinji, who came back to his senses, quickly agreed. Then he saw the crowd quickly spread out, climbing down from Assassin's body, spontaneously crawling into a strange magic array under the command of a consciousness, surrounding Assassin in the center. Take it, go in. Tong Zongyan raised his right hand slightly and handed a bug crawling out of his sleeve to Tong Shinji. Tong Shinji reluctantly took the bug and stepped into the magic array. Then the next moment, the insects burst, releasing a huge amount of magic to activate the magic array, blooming a bright white light, enveloping Assassin and Tong Shinji, who was standing in it. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. Only 5 or 6 seconds later, the light curtain trembled slightly and suddenly exploded, turning into endless photon particles that gradually melted into the air of the basement. I've become a master. I've become a master. I've finally become a master. In the basement that became dark again, Tong Shinji looked at the command seal that appeared on the back of his hand, then raised his arm in the air and said loudly with excitement, "Hee hee." Tong Zongyan, who was standing on the side, laughed strangely. "Grandpa, I will definitely win this Holy Grail war, then become a magician, and let the Tong family regain glory in my hands." After a while, Tong Shinji turned to look at Tong Zongyan, full of confidence, or it could be said that he was proud of himself. "Hee hee. Okay, my old bones are looking forward to your performance," Tong Zongyan said softly. Deep in the mountains of Fuyuki Town, an Eastern-style castle was located inside. And in this ancient castle full of mutant fruits, there were 2 big and 1 small women living here. At this time, in one of the rooms, there was a woman with a calm expression. She was wearing a white long dress with a large spade chest ornament that looked like a poker card on her chest. She was wearing a round hat with all her hair stuffed into it, with only 2 strands of curly hair sticking out from the sides. She was with a girl in purple pajamas with silver hair hanging down her back. They seemed to be chatting about something. Of course, it was said to be chatting, but in fact, it was the little girl who was talking, and the older woman was just listening. "Lily, I saw a scholar today. He's not cute at all. I really don't know why father would rather stay with him than come back to Einsteinberg to see me." The silver-haired girl was lying on a wide bed that was enough for 2 people to share. Her legs were half bent, and she was gently kicking up and down while looking at the books placed on the bedding in front of her. And from the information in these words, it wasn't hard to guess that this girl was born in the Einsteinberg family. Her father was the new generation android of Wei Gongqiejin, the little holy grail of this world's Holy Grail War, Elias Sophie von Einsteinberg. As for the speechless woman standing by the wall who looked like a maid, she was the defective android of the Einsteinberg family, Ligerit. Together with the other android, Scylla, who wasn't in the house, she was responsible for Elias's daily life and safety. And the most hateful thing is that that girl doesn't recognize me at all and even call me little girl. Doesn't she know that I'm the elder sister? Elias turned over and sat on the bed with a face full of indignation. She looked at the silent Ligerit and said angrily, "Elias, if you need, I can help you teach her a lesson." Ligerit said. Her voice was calm and emotionless, making it impossible for one to discern her true intentions. "No need. That girl should have completed her summoning and become a master. That way, I can use Berserker to teach her a lesson. When the servant she summoned is killed by Berserker, I think her expression will be very interesting." Elias had an innocent smile on her face like a child's, but the words that came out of her mouth sent chills down one's spine. "By the way, Lily, how's the investigation of the other masters coming along?" Elias, who finally remembered the proper business, asked. "It's still under investigation. Currently, there isn't any accurate information," Ligerit replied. "Is that so? Then forget it. Just pay attention to Wei Gongshiro's information. If there are any new changes to him, remember to inform me immediately." Elias pondered for a moment and instructed. "Okay, Elias," Ligerit replied. Then, Elias didn't say anything else. She turned around and climbed back onto the bed, lowering her head to read the book in front of her with interest. At the same time, in Sei Ito's apartment, Castor Medea suddenly got into Sei Ito's room in the middle of the night. "I'm setting up a position at Rydong Temple," Medea said to Sei Ito, straightforwardly. Huh? Why? Seito, who knew that there was another Gummu, Soichiro, living in Ryodong Temple, raised his eyebrows and asked. Chapter 1841. P.S. Thank you to Nickfany, Sacred Knight, Potato, and Big T Bowl for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Potato for your reward. Congratulations to Halcyon for becoming the first master of this book. I would like to thank Halcyon for his support for this book. Above, although your magical supply is sufficient, the speed is still too slow. Ludong Temple, on the other hand, is different. I've used magic to investigate it and found that it's a place of heavy spiritual energy. It's where the spiritual energy of the entire city lies. If we set up a base there, I'll be able to gather mana faster. Then, I'll try to forcefully summon someone through the loophole in the Holy Grail system and add another combatant to our side, Demetrius explained. After all, whether it is me or Ryder, we don't have enough noble phantoms to kill the enemy. After that, Demetrius looked straight at Seito, waiting for his decision. In fact, if you want to gather magical power as fast as possible, it is not the only option. Seito was silent for a few seconds, and then said in a faint tone, although you can also get a lot of magical power by plundering human life, that kind of behavior is too conspicuous, and it is easy to be caught by other monsters. Castor subconsciously thought that Ito-Sei's method of gathering magic was to plunder life, so he refuted without hesitation. There were a total of 3 ways to obtain magic power for a perverted ant. First, it was the first one proposed by Castor. By finding spiritual energy nodes and arranging fortifications, they could slowly gather magical power. The speed of gathering mana was determined by the node of the spirit vein and the quality of the spirit vein. The good ones would be faster, and the small ones would be slower. However, no matter which one it was faster than simply absorbing mana from Master. Second, it was the life-plundering method mentioned in Castor's refutation. In the magician's world, magicians believed that magical power was a substance converted from human life force. The magic circuit was just a switch to open this process, and the facts seemed to be true. So as long as they were willing to let go of morality, they were not afraid of being troubled by the Magic Association and the Church after the event. It was also a good choice to plunder human life on a large scale and obtain magical power in a quantitative way. Even for monsters who had the attribute of acting alone, this was even more so after they were free from the Master's control. The only way to stay in this world for a long time. As for the end, it was the most traditional way of replenishing mana, which was to say a sexual exchange between the two. There was an exchange of bodily fluids. This was because, according to the magician's knowledge, the secretion of a magician's body, especially the male sperm, was a highly concentrated product of magic. As long as the method was correct, it could become a portable magic potion. At least in the Magic Association and the Alchemy Department, this achievement was indeed reflected. There were indeed a lot of small amounts of magic potions made from unknown sperm that were secretly circulating, but they were not on the surface. After all, not many men or women were willing to drink something made of that stuff, even if they were magicians who could be classified as outliers. I'm not talking about life plunder, Seito said in surprise. Hearing Seito's words, Castor was stunned at first. Then his face became ruddy. He lowered his head slightly and said shyly, Although I have signed a servant contract with you, I am free. If you force me, I will not agree. Of course. So, I want to hear your opinion now. Do you want to use the exchange of bodily fluids to accumulate magic power? I don't want to boast, but in terms of the quality and proportion of magic power conversion, my stuff is definitely at the top of the world. Even the spiritual power in the heavy spiritual body is not comparable to it, Seito said proudly. Although this sounded a bit weird and shameless, the fact was that it was the case. The matter that flowed out of his deified divine body was converted into magic power in this world. That was equivalent to converting from high to low. After diluting and releasing it, it would become a rare high magic substance in this world. It was a matter, of course, Even further, if Sei Ito used the technique of double cultivation, it was not impossible to directly touch the wheel of suppression with Castor. Castor's face was flushed. He bowed his head and played with the corner of his clothes, but he didn't agree. You want to say that she agreed, but she never spoke, and there was no suitable expression. But if you say that she didn't agree, she didn't immediately refuse or directly get up and run away, it was really confusing. Maybe she was also hesitating and tangling, right? I'm going to get something to drink. Sei Ito, who didn't say anything, got up and said, then walked past Castor, came to the door, opened the door, and walked out. Boom! Then the door closed gently. Sei Ito, who left the room, walked through the corridor and stepped on the stairs to the living room. However, a person who was rarely seen in the living room appeared in the living room, sitting on the sofa, thinking about something with a sad face. Shine Yuan. Sei Ito greeted. In? Oh, it's you. Shine Yuan was stunned at first, but after seeing Sei Ito, she said, What's wrong? Sei Ito asked strangely. Nothing. It's the same old problem. Shine Yuan sighed. Information about the true ancestor. Sei Ito, who was going directly to the kitchen, walked to the sofa, sat down on the armrest of the single sofa, and looked sideways at Shine Yuan, who was sitting on the long sofa, and said, Yes, without the information about the true ancestor, I can't reverse the source of the birth of the Death Apostle. If I can't find the source, I can't find the corresponding solution, and naturally, I can't find a way to cure myself. Shine Yuan said with some annoyance, Don't worry, I've been paying attention to the news about the true ancestor. I'll inform you as soon as I hear the news. Sei Ito stood up, moved to Shine Yuan's side, and sat down again. He naturally reached out and grabbed Shine Yuan's hand, gently rubbing it while softly comforting her. You've been saying this for 2 years, and I haven't seen any real progress. Shine Yuan pulled her hand slightly, but she couldn't pull it out. Also, you took the opportunity to take advantage of me again. Hee hee. Sei Ito chuckled, still shamelessly playing with Shine Yuan's hand, and then said, Well, whether it's the Knight of Alazia or the true ancestor, they're all guys whose whereabouts are uncertain and difficult to track down. What's more, the power I can use is not as good as the Church and the Magic Association, so it's normal for me to waste some time. Even the Magic Association and the Church, who are better at tracking down heretical information than us, haven't been able to find traces of them. I know, but forget it. I've waited for so long anyway, so it's not a big deal to wait a little longer. At least staying with you, I can conduct research and rest in peace. I don't have to run around and hide, and I don't have to worry about when I'll suddenly become a vampire and cause trouble. It's not bad. Shine Yuan sighed, then glanced at the hand that Sei Ito was playing with and at Sei Ito's face, and continued in a light voice, Of course, it would be better if a certain guy could stop harassing me. I should go back and continue the experiment. Shine Yuan stood up and said, Well, don't be too tired. After all, that kind of thing can't be figured out in a day or two. Sei Ito brought Shine Yuan's hand to his mouth, lowered his head, and kissed it, then let go of her hand and said, Shine Yuan glanced at Sei Ito angrily. While wiping the back of her hand that had been kissed with her other hand, she walked in the direction of the laboratory and said, I'll be careful. Don't forget, although I haven't completely become a vampire, it's a fact that night has become my main activity time. Even if I want to change it, it's impossible. After she finished speaking, Shine Yuan disappeared from the room. Sei Ito shrugged, stood up from the sofa, turned around, and walked to the kitchen where he was originally going. He went to the refrigerator, opened the door, and took out a few cans of low-alcohol beer. Then he closed the door with his foot, turned back to the second floor, and returned to his room. But at this time, Demetrius was no longer in the room. TSK, did she run away? Sei Ito curled his lips and said regretfully. Then he stepped on the door, walked to the desk, and put the cans of beer on the desk. Then he picked up one of the cans and opened it with a pop sound. While drinking the beer, he walked to the window of the room and opened the window to enjoy the night outside. I wonder how the construction of the fleet is going after so long, Half an hour later, Ito-sei finished drinking 3 cans of beer. He walked to the bed and threw himself on the bed. Just like that, he took off his clothes and rested. Nothing happened that night, and the next day went smoothly. In the morning, except for Cheyenne Yuan, who couldn't stand the sun, Demetrius, who had an unnatural expression, and Medusa, who had been silent the whole time, had a very lively breakfast with everyone. Then Sakura, Tasaka, and Here greeted everyone, and left the mansion with the spiritualized Ri and went to the campus. For a time, the originally lively room was only left with Sei Ito, Demetrius, and Liz and Baifei, who still seemed to be sleep-deprived. I have a part-time job in the afternoon. I'll go back to sleep first. At this time, Liz and Baifei stood up, yawned, and turned around to walk to the bedroom assigned to them. Sleep after eating. Be careful not to become a pig. Sei Ito watched Liz and Baifei leave and joked. I won't. Liz and Baifei said indifferently, and then disappeared at the corner of the stairs. Seeing this, Sei Ito withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Demetrius, who seemed to be fine on the surface, but unexpectedly gave people a feeling of restlessness. I'll go back too. Seeing Sei Ito's gaze on her, Demetrius quickly got up and said. Chapter 1842. Wait, Demetrius. Just as Demetrius was about to leave, Sei Ito quickly said. Demetrius stopped and lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Am I that scary? Looking at Demetrius in front of him, Sei Ito smiled bitterly. You are a heroic spirit. Castor, the strongest magician in the world. Even the ancestor of death apostles can't win against you. What can an ordinary person like me do to you? Demetrius lowered her head. Her elf-like pointed ears were slightly red, and she didn't speak. Well, I'm not here to talk to you about mana replenishment. Sei Ito was speechless for a moment and sighed helplessly. Although he knew that Demetrius was sometimes shy in the original work, but most of the time, she was a black-bellied, sinister, and cruel witch. How did she completely become a shy girl when it came to him? It seemed that the lethality of mana replenishment was not ordinary for Demetrius. I hope that Medusa won't become like Demetrius, Sei Ito secretly said in his heart. Then he said again, Demetrius, I remember that you have a talisman that can break 10,000 spells, right? Yes. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Demetrius finally recovered from her shyness and looked up and said seriously. You mean, then, she said thoughtfully. Yes, I plan to use the effect of your talisman to add a trump card to our side. Sei Ito nodded and admitted. My magical power may be a little bit lacking. Demetrius frowned slightly and said, N. Sei Ito looked at Demetrius and raised his eyebrows. With my current magical power, using a talisman that can break 10,000 spells can indeed tamper with a servant's contract and let him come to our side, but then I will fall into a state of insufficient magical power. At that time, not only will I not be able to let the new servant become a complete body to fight, even I will lose most of my combat power. Demetrius explained, in case the other party is a servant with a high magical power attribute, although it won't be enough to escape the binding of the contract. To prevent the other party from resisting, it will also require a high magical power, and I don't have this condition now. In other words, everything is still a problem of magical power. Sei Ito said softly. Yes. Demetrius confirmed. Then what do you think? Sei Ito timely asked, and very cunningly, his words were very ambiguous. To make Demetrius subconsciously think of the idea of magical power absorption plan. Whoosh. Sure enough, almost as soon as Ito-sei finished speaking, Medea's cheeks became rosy again, and she lowered her head shyly. This time, he immediately stood, and immediately stood. He stood to two and walked to the stand. He strode over to Demetrius and reached out to grab her chin. Then, he gently lifted Demetrius's head. As her gaze shifted, Medea's panicked gaze started to wander left and right. Sei Ito smiled, lowered his head, and moved closer. The two of them were getting closer and closer, and their lips were about to touch. At this moment, Demetrius's eyes widened slightly, and she looked up while breathing heavily. It was obvious that Demetrius had made a decision in her heart. Seeing Demetrius's reaction, Seito's expression became even brighter. He lowered his head and sucked on Demetrius's lips without hesitation. He skillfully used his tongue to pry open Demetrius's lips and teeth. His tongue entered her mouth and tangled with hers. Ugh! Subconsciously, Demetrius let out a low moan from her throat. A few minutes later, the two of them separated. Let's go back to our room. Seito looked at Demetrius and said softly. Demetrius blushed and lowered her head shyly, but she didn't say anything to reject. Seeing this, how could Seito not understand that it was a tacit agreement? He smiled silently, reached out and held Demetrius's waist, and walked her back to his room. Soon, the two of them arrived at Seito's room. Clack! Bang! Seito walked into the room, closed the door behind him, and locked it. Then, he walked to the bed with Demetrius in his arms. Seito stood by the bed and lowered his head to look at Demetrius in his arms. He lowered his head again, opened his mouth and sucked on Demetrius's lips. While kissing her gently, he slowly lowered his body and put Demetrius on the bed. Top, skirt, underwear. Piece after piece of clothing was taken off Demetrius's body. In the end, all that was left was a naked Demetrius in front of Seito's eyes. Her skin was abnormally white, without any blemishes or scars. Even her pores were hard to see if one didn't pay close attention. It was as perfect as a white blemish. It was incomparably smooth to the touch, as if a layer of milk had been smeared on it. It made one unable to put it down. Her breasts were round and full. Under the cover of the shy Demetrius's arms, they were even more alluring, making one want to look and play with them. Her lower abdomen was flat and connected to the bottom. Finally, it was embellished by long and narrow purple grass. Her legs were straight and crossed. Her toes were sparkling and round, making her look very cute. Her eyes were slightly closed. Her face was crimson red, and her short purple hair was naturally spread out. Under the sunlight coming in through the window, her whole body emitted a gentle glow. It made Demetrius look just like her ears, like an elf. After admiring Demetrius for a while, Seito no longer hesitated. He quickly took off his clothes, making himself similarly naked. Then he turned over and pressed Demetrius's body again. He lowered his head and kissed Demetrius again. Demetrius, it's time to start. After a moment, Seito said softly in Demetrius's ear. Hearing this, Demetrius nodded her head. Soon after, accompanied by a sudden muffled groan from Demetrius's mouth, a burst of intense squeak, and a woman's low moan echoed in the quiet room. At this time, outside Fuyuki City's Suichu and Gakuen. Good morning, Tenisaka-senpai. Good morning. Tenisaka-senpai. Good morning. Good morning. Rin, good morning. Along the way, there were many female students from Suichu and Gakuen who were also wearing Suichu and Gakuen's uniform. Her long black hair was tied into two ponytails by two hairbands. Her posture was noble and elegant, and her whole body exuded the aura of a rich young lady. And she, Rinanaka, was indeed a rich young lady. After Seito took over the management of the Inaka family's business from Yen Feng Chili and gave it to the manager hired by Yasuzo Asakami, Rinanaka's family business quickly increased. She was no longer in dire straits like in the original work, so she could spend a lot of money to collect gems from all over the world and practice her family's gem magic. Now, although Rin Inaka's mana and other aspects were similar to the original work, she had many times more gems than the original work, so she could use her gem magic extravagantly. Sister, just as Rin in Osaka was using her elegant etiquette to deal with the surrounding girls, a gentle voice rang in her ears. Sakura. Rin Inaka stopped and turned to look at Sakura, who was walking with Shire. But when she was about to say something, she suddenly frowned and looked at the empty space next to Sakura. At the same time, Sakura also looked at the empty space next to Rin Inaka. Sakura, it seems like my lack of care caused a lot of things to happen to you. Rin Inaka looked away, and sighed with a complicated expression. "Sister," Tasaka Sakura called out nervously. "Wait for me after school. I'll go with you to see that guy." Rinanaka said firmly. "Okay, okay," Nagasaka Sakura replied weakly. "Raise your head, stick out your chest. Don't forget the Inaka family's teachings." Rin Inaka frowned as she looked at the weak Sakura. The Inaka family's teachings were to maintain elegance at all times. What a pain in the ass. Yes. Sakura quickly straightened her back. "Okay, I'm going back to class. Wait for me at the school gate after school," Rin Inaka said. Then she turned and walked back into the school. "No matter how many times, I still don't like you as my sister." After Rin Inaka left, Shire said, "What kind of attitude is that? Do you have to be so arrogant?" Sakura smiled and didn't say anything. "You're always so calm. There's nothing wrong with fighting back, right? If a fight really breaks out, it's hard to say who will win." Here lectured as if he was exasperated at the failure to meet his expectations. "Okay, Sister Shire, it's just that my sister has too much on her shoulders. Don't mind her, okay?" Sakura smiled at Shire. Yes, you're so gentle. I don't care about you anymore," Shire said unhappily and walked toward the school building. She had said this to Sakura more than once, but when the time came, Shire still couldn't help but lecture Sakura. It couldn't be helped. The two of them had spent too much time together, almost as much time as Rin and Sakura spent together. She had long since treated Sakura as a family member, a younger sister, so she didn't want to see her being bullied. Behind him, Sakura Tasaka smiled and quickly followed him. Not long after they entered the teaching building, the bell that signaled the start of class rang above the campus. The students who were walking leisurely outside immediately sped up and ran toward the school building. Not long after, the entire street in front of the school became empty. Then, after another 10 minutes, another bell rang, and the day's classes officially began. Chapter 1843. How do you feel? Great, right? Sei Ito, who was lying on the bed and playing with Demetrius's white breasts, said with a proud smile. Demetrius replied softly with a red face. Sei Ito didn't expect Demetrius to actually reply to his teasing words. He laughed and stopped teasing Demetrius. "You should have enough mana now, right?" After a pause, Sei Ito asked softly. "Yes, it's enough," Demetrius said happily. Speaking of which, Demetrius felt a little incredulous. She really didn't expect that Sei Ito wasn't exaggerating at all. The mana contained in his item was really beyond her imagination. Just a single conversion was equivalent to more than a third of her total mana. Although it wasn't as rich as the mana she had expected to absorb from a large spirit vein, the quality was much higher and purer than that method. It was also easier to absorb. She converted it into her own mana reserves without any loss. This way, I can try to use the loophole in the Holy Grail system to summon another one, Demetrius said softly. "I'm afraid it's not that simple." Seito sighed. "Don't forget, it's been a long time since the Holy Grail chose the suitable ones. The 7 masters should have already summoned the corresponding colored ones. Even if you can use the convenience of your class to pretend to be a magician and forcefully summon them, you might not be able to successfully summon the 8th colored one." Hearing that, Demetrius frowned. She became silent. "That's why your talisman that can break all spells is even more precious," Seito said with a smile as he lightly pinched the cherry on Demetrius's chest. Feeling the slight pain on her chest, Demetrius snapped out of her thoughts. She blushed and glared at Seito. "Then, have you chosen a target to steal from?" Demetrius asked. "Yes, I have." Seito nodded slightly and confirmed, "Since we're going to fight for it, we'll have to fight for the strongest one. That's why I'm going to grab the saber of the rogue to make up for our lack of attack power and decisive power." The strongest swordsman, Saber? That's not a bad choice, but where are we going to find her? Demetrius was puzzled. "You don't have to worry about that. I already know where Saber is. We can make a move on her and her master at any time." Seito laughed confidently. "If that's the case, then let's go with your plan. I will do my best to cooperate with you. Demetrius looked seriously into Sei Ito's eyes and said, I know. Ito Sei lowered his head and kissed Demetrius's lips with a chuckle. Then he turned his body again and pressed Demetrius under his body with a low cry. Once again, he exchanged bodily fluids with her. Let me help you replenish your magic power. Then, creak, creak. The creaking of the wooden bed and the female's suppressed, yet excited moans echoed in the quiet room. Ring, 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 class dismissed. Wah, along with the noisy ringing of the bell. The class for the day was over. After the teacher gave the order to end the class, the students immediately started to pack up their belongings. After a minute or so, the students began to walk out of the classroom one after another, heading towards their respective departments. Some walked back to their homes. At the same time, Rin Inosaka picked up his backpack and walked out of the classroom from the back door. Sister, sorry, it took me a while to pack up. Rin Inosaka saw Sakura standing at the door and thought she had been waiting for a while. Yeah, I just got here too. Sakura Tasaka shook her head slightly. Is that so? Rin Inosaka said, let's go. Sister, I still have club activities to attend. If you're not in a hurry, can we wait? Sakura hesitated. Rin Inosaka frowned when he heard that, but he immediately relaxed and sighed. All right. By the way, what club are you in? Archery Academy, Sakura answered. The club that Sakura is in? Rin Inosaka was surprised. Yes, Sakura said. I see. Then I'll wait for you at the archery club, Rin Inosaka decided. Then, Rin Inosaka and Sakura went to the Archery Academy's field at the back right of the school building. Ling, why are you interested in coming to my place? A short-haired girl in an archery uniform and exuding a valiant aura was surprised to see Rin Inosaka walking in with Sakura. Senior Sakura. Sakura bowed. I told you not to be so formal, Sakura. Just call me Sakura. The girl called Sakura waved her hand. There's something I need to do here. You don't mind, right? Rin Inosaka asked. Of course I don't mind. If the guys in the club know that you're here, they'll be very excited. It'll help increase the attractiveness of my club, Sakura said with a smile. Then, Sakura bid farewell to Sakura and Rin Inosaka and went to the changing room to change into their archery uniforms. Sakura brought Rin Inosaka to the training hall. In the dojo, more than a dozen boys in archery attire were standing in a row with their Japanese longbows drawn, ready to shoot. At the same time, a dozen or so girls were gathered around a young man with blue seaweed hair, listening to the young man lecturing the boys in the front row. Look at your posture, it's so ugly. Are you sure you know how to hold a bow? Smack. You're raising your butt too high. Are you selling your butt? Don't shake your arm. Look, you didn't hit the target, you idiot. Not again. Sakura, who was accompanying Rin Inosaka, couldn't help but raise her hand to her forehead and complain when she saw the situation in the training hall. As the leader of the Archery Academy, aren't you going to do something about it? Rin Inosaka looked at his friend in surprise. I am, but it's useless. It's still the same. Because of this, many club members have recently applied to withdraw from the club. It's very difficult for me. Why don't you help me? Sakura tilted her head and suggested to Rin Inosaka. Forget it, I don't want to talk to that guy, Rin Inosaka said politely. However, as soon as she finished speaking, that hateful voice suddenly rang in her ears. Oh, isn't this Rin? Have you finally realized my charm and decided to pursue me? The seaweed-haired young man raised his hand to stroke his hair and said naturally. Sakura shrugged and showed a helpless expression. Can you stand a little further away, Zamato-san? I don't really like being so close to you. Also, please don't address me so intimately. I'm not that close to you. Please call me Inosaka, Rin Inosaka said with a slight frown as he leaned back slightly. What Inosaka? Zamato-san frowned. Don't you understand? Then I'll put it simply. I'm not interested in you, Zamato-san. I'm only here because I have something to do today and will be staying here for a while. It has nothing to do with you or my sudden interest in archery. Do you understand? Rin Inosaka said in a harsh tone. What? Zamato-san's face contorted as he was humiliated in front of everyone. As he shouted, he violently stretched out his hand. Rin Inosaka gently stepped back to avoid it. But after seeing you, I suddenly realized that my previous decision was a little wrong. So I'm leaving, Zamato-san. Although it's okay to be too self-conscious, it's better to have a limit. After he finished speaking, Rin Inosaka turned around and walked out of the archery academy. Right at this moment, Sakura Inosaka, who had changed her clothes, walked out of the changing room and bumped into Rin Inosaka. "Sister?" Sakura Inosaka asked curiously. "I'm going back to the classroom. Look for me there after you're done with your club activities," Rin Inosaka said. He then walked past Sakura Inosaka without stopping and gradually disappeared under her gaze. "Damn it," Zamato-san, who was ignored, threw the longbow in his hand onto the ground and cursed angrily. Then, he didn't stay in the dojo any longer and strode out. When he passed by Sakura, he bumped into her, intentionally or unintentionally. "Look at this," Zamato-san said as he glared at Sakura Inosaka. After saying that, he continued to walk out without looking back. After a while, he disappeared from the training hall. "Sakura, are you all right?" Ling quickly walked to Sakura Inosaka's side and asked with concern. "I'm fine, Senior Ling." Sakura Inosaka smiled and shook her head. "Ignore him. I don't know what's wrong with him these past 2 days. He wasn't originally like this." Ling sighed. Sakura Inosaka nodded and turned to look in the direction where Zamato-san left. She then looked away and returned to the training hall with Senior Ling clap, clap, clap. "All right, everyone, focus and start practicing. Girls over there, don't just stand there. Hurry up and practice." Ling clapped her hands and said with the aura of a leader. "Yes." The members of the archery academy responded in unison. They then organized the order of their practice and started their archery practice. After practicing in an orderly manner for half a day, the archery academy ended the club activities at dusk. Sakura Inosaka changed her clothes in the changing room and greeted the others. She then returned to the teaching building and found Rin Inosaka, who was sitting in the classroom in a daze. "Sister," Sakura Inosaka called out from the classroom door. "It's finally over," Rin Inosaka said. She then stood up from her seat and picked up the black leather bag on the table in front of her. She then left the classroom with Sakura Inosaka and walked towards Sei Ito's villa. Chapter 1844. P.S. Same old question. Send it first and then change it later. There are fewer words this time, so it can be done at around 12:10. Rin and Sakura walked silently on the road to Sei Ito's mansion. "When did you become master?" After a few minutes, Rin Inosaka couldn't help but ask. "About 10 days ago." Sakura thought for a moment and replied. "10 days ago?" Rin Inosaka stopped in his tracks and looked at Sakura in shock. "Is there a problem?" Sakura was confused. "Then do you know what it means to become master?" Rin took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "Command color and fight against others." Sakura recalled what Ito Sei had told her about the Holy Grail War, as well as the fact that she had been the master twice. She replied hesitantly. "So you know, I thought that guy didn't tell you anything," Rin sneered. Sakura opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she closed her mouth and remained silent. Rin looked at Sakura and suddenly stepped forward. She touched Sakura's face and said softly, "Sakura, listen to your sister and give up. The Holy Grail War doesn't suit you." "I'm sorry, sister. I can't agree to that." Sakura shook her head with a determined expression after a moment of silence. "Because of that guy," Rin frowned. Sakura didn't say anything and silently agreed. "What's so good about that guy? You're willing to give up your life to go crazy with him?" Rin said angrily. Sakura still didn't say anything. Rin looked at her like a tiger that wanted to eat a porcupine. He couldn't do anything and couldn't get angry. "Forget it. I'm not going to talk to you about this. I'm going to talk to that guy." Rin snorted angrily and walked forward. Behind her, Sakura Tasaka followed silently. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the two of them arrived at Ito-sei's villa. They used the key in Sakura and Naka's hand to enter the villa. Sakura. The door opened. A happy smile immediately appeared on Shier's face. He opened his mouth and shouted. However, when he saw Rin Tezuka following Sakura into the house, his expression changed, and he said calmly, "Why are you here? Where's Seito? I want to see him," Rin Inbin said bluntly. As soon as she finished speaking, Seito's voice rang out in the room. "Long time no see. Rin, it's rare for you to come here to see me." Ito-sei smiled as he walked down from the second floor with Demetrius. Rin Inbin frowned slightly. He looked at Demetrius, who was walking down the stairs behind Seito. Because just now, the spiritualized archer told her, through telepathy, that he was also a pervert. With the addition of the hidden pervert beside Sakura, Ito-sei's side had two perverts. They had gained an absolute advantage in the war. However, despite his heavy heart, Rin Inbin didn't forget his purpose in coming here. Why did you let Sakura participate in the Holy Grail War? Then why can't Sakura participate in the Holy Grail War? Seito, who had already arrived in the living room, asked with interest. Because of Sakura's personality, she's not suited to participate in this kind of cruel war, Rin Inbin answered without hesitation. That's your answer? Seito raised his eyebrows and asked calmly. Yes, Rin Inbin confirmed. Then let me ask you, how much do you know about Sakura? Seito asked calmly again. Rin Inbin frowned and fell silent. Yes, did he really know Sakura? He only knew that Sakura was learning magic from Seito and was living a happy life. However, he didn't know much about her current strength, what she studied, what she did, and what kind of people she interacted with. He was still using his past knowledge to compare to Sakura. How could he understand her? Indeed, Sakura's personality isn't suited to participate in the bloody Holy Grail War. However, did I say that I wanted her to participate? Seito asked again after giving Rin Inbin some time to think. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Rin Inosaka's gaze fell on Ito-sei again. Sakura has lived with me for 10 years. She's the closest person to me in this world. I won't put her in danger. Seito turned to look at Sakura Inbin beside him. He reached out and gently rubbed her head as he spoke with a gentle smile. Sakura Inbin's cheeks blushed slightly as she shyly lowered her head. If that's the case, why do you want Sakura to participate in the Holy Grail War? Rin Inbin asked. Because Sakura is like you and me. She's a magician. Although she hasn't officially stepped into the circle yet, there are some things that she should see. I don't want Sakura to be in danger because of her carelessness. The cruel Holy Grail War is the best place for her to learn. There are schemes, traps, disguises, deceptions, and cruel massacres everywhere. It's enough for Sakura to see the cruelty and cunning of the magician world and learn to be vigilant. Seito said softly. Rin Inbin was silent after hearing Seito's words. Because Shur-chun died early and her mother was still alive, she wasn't influenced by Shur-chun to become a selfish magician. However, from other aspects, from the information that Seito and Yin Fengili occasionally revealed in the past, she knew what kind of people magicians were. Sometimes, she even secretly rejoiced that Sakura was learning from Seito, a magician with a human heart, and not some mysterious and dangerous guy. What do you plan to do? After realizing the truth, Rin Inbin asked Seito about his plans for the Holy Grail War. Protect Sakura's safety with all my strength. Then, on this basis, we'll defeat the other masters and mercenaries and obtain the Holy Grail War. Seito stated calmly. Rin Inosaka frowned again. But don't worry, since we're acquaintances, I'll leave you until the end and guarantee your safety. Seeing Rin Inbin's frown, Seito couldn't help but chuckle. And if you're willing, I can even ally with you. I believe that with our strength, we can completely crush the masters hiding in the dark. A very tempting suggestion. Rin Inbin was silent for a moment before she sighed and said, But I refuse. Although this suggestion is tempting, since I know that you already have the advantage, I don't want to let your advantage grow and turn the war into a one-sided situation. Rin Inbin raised her head and looked at Sei Ito and Sakura standing together, as well as Demetrius standing on the other side of Sei Ito. Hearing Rin Inbin's answer, Sakura's face turned gloomy. "You want the Holy Grail?" Sei Ito asked with interest. "Of course," Rin Inbin said proudly. "Then I'll give it to you." Sei Ito chuckled. "What?" Rin Inbin thought she was hearing things and was shocked. At the same time, Demetrius also looked at Sei Ito with a confused expression. Of course, Sakura Inbin was the same. "I don't need the Holy Grail. Even Sakura and I don't need it, so that thing is completely useless to me. If you want it, I can give it to you." Ito-sei reached out and held Demetrius's hand, and said with a look of indifference, "How is that possible? Perverts only responded to their master's summons because they desire the Holy Grail. At the same time, masters were also chosen because they have a strong desire. How can there be people who don't need the Holy Grail?" Rin Inbin said in disbelief. "Seems like you don't know enough about the Holy Grail War, Rin." Sei Ito chuckled. "That's right, there are indeed perverts and masters like that, but it's not absolute. The selection of the Holy Grail isn't completely based on the magician's desire. There are other characteristics, such as the subconscious needs, the mentality at the time, luck, and other factors. That's why there are people like me and Sakura who have become masters but don't have any desires," Sei Ito explained. Similarly, not every perverted soul desires the Holy Grail. The reason why they would respond to their master's summons and descend to this world is because they can fulfill their wishes here. However, only the Holy Grail can fulfill their wishes. You must understand this point clearly. Rin Inbin subconsciously wanted to look at the hidden archer and ask him if Sei Ito was telling the truth. "Then I'll give it to you." Sei Ito chuckled. "What?" Rin Inbin thought he was hearing things and asked in surprise. At the same time, Demetrius also looked at Sei Ito with a puzzled expression. Of course, Sakura Inbin was the same. "I don't need the Holy Grail. Even Sakura and I don't need it. That's why it's useless to me. If you want it, I'll give it to you." Sei Ito held Demetrius's hand and said indifferently, "How is that possible? Perverts only responded to their master summons because they desire the Holy Grail. At the same time, masters were also chosen because they have a strong desire. How can there be people who don't need the Holy Grail?" Rin Inbin said in disbelief. "Seems like you don't know enough about the Holy Grail War, Rin." Sei Ito chuckled. Chapter 1845. P.S. Thanks to 5200520052000, Snow Phoenix, Rose Emperor Wu, Shirley, and Dark Flame Light for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to Halcyon and Disillusionment for their tips. Late at night, behind the Japanese-style buildings on the side of Fuyuki City, there was a large house that occupied half of the street. Accompanied by the sounds of bones rubbing against each other, a group of about 30-odd skeletal soldiers that were as tall as an adult and formed from pitch-black bones appeared outside the house. They were like Qing Gong experts as they jumped into the courtyard one after another and moved towards the room step by step. At the next moment, two figures rushed out of the room with a whoosh sound. It was a man and a woman. The man was a skinny red-haired youth, while the woman was a beautiful young lady with long golden hair. She was clad in metal armor and held an invisible long sword in her hand. She had a stern face and a dignified expression. They were none other than Saber and her master, Miyashiro. "Who are these guys?" Miyashiro, who was standing in front of the house, was shocked. "Shiro, step back," Saber said. Then he took a step forward and arrived in front of the skeleton soldier. Then he brandished his sword and chopped it down. Bang! A skeleton soldier was cut into two halves at the waist and scattered everywhere. Even with such a large number of puppets, Saber swung her longsword again. She swept it out. In an instant, a magical light blade flew out from Saber's hand and cut the skeleton soldiers in front of her into pieces. "So powerful, one move," Miyashiro exclaimed. "No, they're attacking again." Saber, who didn't give up like Miyashiro, reminded him loudly. "Damn, Where did they come from? Miyashiro said anxiously. While they were talking, more and more skeleton soldiers jumped into the courtyard and gradually surrounded them. Saber was alert and ready to launch a fierce counterattack at any time. However, at this moment, a bright fireball flew toward Saber with a slight whistling sound. Saber, who couldn't defend herself, was stunned. He watched helplessly as the fireball landed on his body. Boom! Saber. Looking at Saber, who was engulfed by the flames of the explosion, Miyashiro yelled, "How could this be? Who did this?" Then Miyashiro glanced around, looking for the real culprit. "Oh, did you die like this? I just wanted to say hello." Then at this moment, a soft and pleasant voice sounded in his ear. Miyashiro's attention was completely attracted. Castor, who was wrapped in a dark purple robe, immediately came into his sight. If Saber, known as the strongest color of Vant, is only this capable, then I'm afraid that it's impossible. Then this Holy Grail war doesn't seem to be a big deal. Castor chuckled. "You are a pervert." The palace guard expression changed as he spoke. "Well, are you Saber's master?" What a weak magic reaction. How can you be a master with this level? Castor was surprised. "What did you say?" Miyashiro didn't know what he meant. It's really sad, although the world is changing. Time is passing, but the magician of this era is only at this level. This is really unfair to Saber. I really should have let Saber be used by me. At least she wouldn't have fallen into such a miserable state. Castor said. Since he put on the robe and put on the cap, Castor's gentleness and shyness immediately disappeared, leaving only the legendary vicious woman Demetrius. "Don't get carried away, Castor." At this time, a female voice suddenly sounded, and then Saber, who was unscathed, appeared from the smoke caused by the magic explosion and looked at Castor with sharp eyes. "Do you think this level of magic can really defeat me?" "Oh." Castor pretended to be surprised and dragged out his voice. "Saber, are you okay?" Miyashiro asked. "I'm okay, Shiro. But you have to be careful. Castor seems to be using ancient magic. I don't know what kind of tricks he will use." Saber reminded him. "It's amazing you can still be unscathed after being hit by my magic. You seem to have an amazing magic attribute." Castor said. Right. Magic power?" Wei Gong Shirlang, who was a dabbler in magic, asked doubtfully. "Magic, this is an ability that can resist magic." Saber simply explained, and then confidently said, "I am really confident in this regard, no matter what. So far, I have never been hurt by magic." With Saber's rank magic resistance, she could even resist the command incantations of the Holy Grail system, not to mention the magic attacks of ordinary magicians. To Saber, it was no different from being hit by a snowball. Apart from the fact that her vision was obstructed, she was completely unaffected. "Ha ha ha ha!" Castor suddenly laughed. "Want to use these puppets to gain an advantage? Although the number is indeed a lot, it's a waste of effort to use them against me," Saber declared. Then she rushed to the front of Castor and slashed him with her sword. "You won't win, Castor." The invisible blade flashed, and Castor disappeared from her eyes like an illusion. "It's useless to use them against you, but what if it's your master?" With a burst of distortion in the air, Castor, who was still in an abnormal shape, said. As soon as she finished her sentence, Lin Fan's eyes widened. The Dragonfang soldiers, who had been standing still at the side, immediately ran towards Wei Gongshi. "Oh no, Shiro." At the same time, Saber, who also understood the situation, also cried out in shock. She immediately rushed in front of Wei Gongshi and slashed. With the help of wind magic, a crescent-shaped blade flew out and cut the surrounding Dragonfang soldiers into pieces. "Come and defend yourself, Saber." Castor, who didn't care about the casualties of the Dragonfang soldiers, stretched out one hand and used high-speed magic to instantly cast magic. He said with a teasing smile. Saber didn't speak. She waved her sword and blocked Castor's magic. The air current created by the magic explosion quickly flew past Saber and Wei Gongshi. Then the Dragonfang army once again rushed towards Seigo Shiro under the command of Castor. Saber raised her sword and slashed, guarding Mia Shiro's body. Your master is your weakness, Saber. Castor waved his hand and shot several half-moon-shaped wind blades towards Saber, who was struggling to resist. Bang, 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 bang. Once again, the magic was intercepted by Saber. However, if she kept defending, she would lose. At this moment, a painful cry came from the mouth of Mia Shiro behind her. Humph! Shiro, Saber, who turned her head, shouted. Then her figure moved, and with a face full of anger, she smashed the Dragon Fong soldiers who hurt Mia Shiro into pieces. Oh, these Dragon Fong soldiers were made by me with Dragon Fong. Although their individual strength is weak, their number can be arranged by me. Even an expert like you has to do your best to protect your master, right? Castor said in a brisk voice. The master who can't go to the battlefield will only become a burden to you. Crackle. Lightning flashed as several lightning balls hovered above Saber and Wei Gongshiro's heads. They were connected by bolts of lightning, forming a lightning net that covered the two of them. Then, the lightning fell and bombarded Saber and Mia Shiro. Crackle. Shiro, are you okay? At the critical moment, Saber, who was carrying Wei Gongshiro and dodging the lightning bolts, asked. Well, I can still hold on. Mia Shiro reluctantly said. Then, with the help of Saber, he stood up from the ground. Saber, as long as we defeat Castor, we should be able to solve this group of guys, right? Is there any way? Mia Shiro asked. There is, but... Saber hesitated. What way? Mia Shiro quickly asked. Use your noble phantasm, Shiro. Saber replied. If I use my noble phantasm, I should be able to destroy these Dragon Fong soldiers together with Castor. Do you mean all the enemies? Mia Shiro was surprised. Then, he suddenly thought of something and asked, Wait, Saber, how powerful is your noble phantasm? I'm afraid this area will be scorched, and even the city will be affected. Saber replied, No, I won't allow you to do that. Mia Shiro, who couldn't help but think of the purgatory scene 10 years ago, said in a hurry. But if this goes on, Saber said, I understand. You can't fight back for me, right? Mia Shiro said, Then as long as I fight by myself, I can protect myself. How can you do that? That's too reckless, Shiro. Saber objected loudly. Do it, Saber. Mia Shiro said firmly, Although I still don't understand the Holy Grail War, I don't want the people around me to be sacrificed because of it, so do it. You don't need to use your noble phantasm to defeat Castor. Do it. Just hold on for 30 seconds. Saber, who was slightly shocked, rushed to Castor and said loudly, Don't worry about disturbing the enemy. You just need to think about how to survive. The next second, Saber, who was surrounded by a wind screen because of the rapid impact, came in front of Castor and slashed with her sword. The result was the same as the first time. Castor once again disappeared like an afterimage and then appeared in another position. Saber didn't hesitate and immediately chased after him. Oh, even if you try a few more times, however, before she could finish her words, a sharp saber light slashed at her again, and it seemed to have achieved an unexpected result. Oh, it's amazing. It's aimed at the moment of teleportation. This power, it's incomparable. After that, Castor's body turned into a mass of air turbulence with magic and completely disappeared from Saber's eyes, leaving only a broken gem fragment on the ground. At the same time, not far from the building, on the top of the building. I'm sorry, Ching-sama, I failed. Castor apologized to Sei Ito next to him. It doesn't matter, just launch another attack. This time, we'll go straight to Huanglong. Sei Ito said indifferently. Yes. Castor bowed his head. Originally, she wanted to show off in front of Ito Sei, who had become her man. She was ready to capture Saber with her own strength to prove her value as a caster. But she didn't expect Saber to be so difficult to deal with. She could so keenly grasp the momentary delay when the substitute was casting magic. She smashed the substitute, making the whole plan fail and returned to the starting point. This made Castor very uncomfortable. At the same time, he made up his mind. After getting Saber in his hands, he would treat her well. Let's go. Seito, who walked to the edge of the building, said. Then, with a leap, he jumped down from the top of the building. Using an exaggerated method that was definitely not something a human could do, he began to run through the night like a heroic spirit, moving towards the Wei Palace residence. Behind her, Castor's body suddenly shrank like a piece of cloth being stirred up and instantly disappeared from that place. After more than 2 minutes, Seito appeared outside the Wei Gong house. At the same time, with a blur in the air, Castor's figure appeared from it. Continue to use your dragon teeth as bait to lure Saber out. I will take the opportunity to sneak into the Wei Gong house and catch that guy. Seito ordered. Yes. Castor took the order, then took a step forward, raised his hand, and scattered a bunch of black granular objects, and whispered a special spell that should be the ancient Greek city-state's language. Then, in the next moment, those black granules were like magnets that absorbed iron shavings. A pile of black matter gathered from the surrounding void and condensed into Dragon Fong soldiers of various sizes. They jumped onto the ground and moved to the front of Wei Gong's house with a kacha sound and jumped over the wall into the courtyard. Almost at the moment when they entered the courtyard, Saber, who had just returned to the house, once again appeared in the courtyard, looking at the dragon teeth soldiers in the courtyard with an angry face. Damn it! Chapter 1846. Whoosh! The sword flashed. Bang! The dragon teeth soldier's body broke and fell to the ground. Saber moved and slashed at the other dragon teeth soldiers. At the same time, the shadow on the courtyard wall kept jumping, and the dragon teeth soldiers were added to the courtyard one after another. Castor, don't hide, come out and fight with me, Saber said loudly after slashing a dragon teeth soldier. Saber, you must be crazy. You are Saber, the strongest swordsman, and I am Castor, a weak magician. Don't you think your request is ridiculous? Castor's voice echoed in the night sky. Do you think you can hurt me with these dragon teeth soldiers? In your dreams, Saber said loudly after slashing another dragon teeth soldier. Indeed, my dragon teeth soldiers can't hurt you, but as long as they can hold you back. Castor joked. What? Not good, scholar. Hearing Castor's words, Saber's expression immediately changed. She turned around and rushed into the house. Castor, it's too early to say that. Fortunately, I moved fast enough, otherwise it would be troublesome. At this moment, Ito Sei, who was clutching Wei Gong Shiro's chest with one hand, pushed Wei Gong Shiro out of the house and said with a chuckle. Saber stopped and looked at Seito in front of her. Long time no see, Saber. It's been 10 years since the last time we met. Seito smiled. Are you Castor's master? Saber asked. Yes, how is it? Are you surprised? Seito asked with a smile. Are you going to do that kind of thing again? Saber suppressed the anger in her heart and asked. No. I'm not going to run around with him this time. He's not ally. He's not a beauty. I'm not interested in letting a man stay with me. Seito shook his head again and again. What do you want to do? Saber, who was not in the mood to talk nonsense with Seito, asked loudly. It's very simple. Castor. Seito smiled and said. After that, the void near Seito shook slightly, revealing Castor's figure. Then Castor, who was standing on the side, reached into his arms. From his bosom, he took out a strange dagger. Its body seemed to be fixed with a lightning bolt pattern, and its surface was flashing with a 7-colored light. That's Castor's noble phantasm, the talisman that can break 10,000 spells. Its effect is to reset the contract based on magic to the original state before the contract was signed. Seito explained in a timely manner. Saber's expression changed when she heard this. As long as you let Castor stab you with that dagger, I promise you that I will let this guy go. Seito continued. Saber's face was full of anger, and her body emitted a shocking aura. You don't have much time. Seito tightened his grip on Wei Gongshiro's throat when he saw that Saber had no reaction. Wei Gongshiro, who was unconscious due to his injuries, revealed a pained expression as he spoke in a low voice. Despicable. Saber shouted. Thank you for the compliment. Seito smiled shamelessly. Castor walked slowly towards Saber. Just when Castor and Saber were close enough to kill each other, Seito's voice sounded again. Saber, I advise you not to act rashly, otherwise what will happen next is definitely not what you want to see. Along with his words, a groan filled with pain came from Wei Gongshi's mouth. Saber clenched her fists. She gritted her teeth. I said, you'll be used by me. Castor walked towards Saber, and then without hesitation, he inserted the dagger into Saber's chest and whispered the real name of the noble phantasm. 10,000 spells will break. There was no exaggerated magical surge, but the command seal that should have existed on the back of Castor's hand strangely appeared on the back of Castor's hand and played its proper role. Now I'm your master, Saber. Castor raised his left hand and showed the spell on the back of his hand to Saber. Then he chuckled. Come on, Saber. Help me kill this kid first. Then, Castor's tone was full of ridicule. You said you would let him go. Ignoring Castor's order, Saber stared at Seito and said, Castor, stop playing. Seito shrugged. Yes, Master Chung. Castor bowed his head and responded. Then he suddenly pointed to Saber in front of him and said loudly, I order you with the spell. You are my servant. You should obey. In an instant, Saber's expression changed. She trembled and knelt on the ground, as if she was struggling to resist something. You can actually resist it, Castor said in surprise when he saw this. Then the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he sneered again, Wait and see how I will deal with you. After that, Castor's palm pointed to Saber, and Saber's figure immediately disappeared from the courtyard in a burst of air change. One of Castor's exclusive ancient magic, space transfer. Master Chung, take advantage of this. Kill this kid. Castor, who sent Saber away, suggested. Forget it. Since you have promised Saber, don't go back on your word. Anyway, after night, he can only spend some time in the hospital. He won't be a danger to us. Seito put Wei Gongshiro on the ground and said softly. Then he squatted beside Wei Gongshiro, whispered the spell to launch the magic, and pressed his palm on Wei Gongshiro's chest. The next moment, Wei Gongshiro's chest and abdomen lit up. A golden halo appeared on his chest and abdomen, and Seito's palm was swallowed in it. Then Seito lifted his arm and pulled out a wide, golden and blue scabbard from Wei Gongshiro's body. This is one of Saber's noble phantasm, which has absolute defense. Far away from everything. This is a concept weapon? Castor was surprised. Yes, Saber's noble phantasm, far away from everything. It's because of this that he can summon Saber smoothly. Seito, who completely pulled the scabbard out of Wei Gongshiro's body, said. Then he handed the scabbard to Castor. The latter didn't waste any time and used magic to put it away. Then, Seito waved his palm, and it turned into a series of afterimages and continuously patted on Wei Gongshiro's left hand and legs. In an instant, there was a kacha sound. Wei Gongshiro's legs and left arm were completely broken into several pieces. With the current medical level, if he didn't lie in bed for 3 or 4 months, even after 3 or 4 months, he could only temporarily rely on a wheelchair. It would take a year for him to fully recover. Of course, if someone wanted to treat him during this period, it could also shorten the process. It's just that at the beginning of the Holy Grail War, he didn't have a certain friendship with Rin Enbin. Naturally, Rin Enbin wouldn't run to treat his body, so this was the only possibility. Only Ilya, who wanted to tease him, was left. Pray that Ilya won't treat you. Otherwise, if you don't know what's good for you and run to me, I can only earn you as a side income. Seito, who had dealt with Wei Gongshiro, secretly thought. Then he stood up and said to Castor, Let's go. Following that, he leaped out of the Wei Gong residence the next day. In the auditorium of the Winterwood Church, Lord Jericho once said that bread is my flesh and wine is my blood. Therefore, as long as we believe in the miracle it brings, we can be free from all hunger and thirst. Yin Feng Chili, who was wearing a black robe, stood at the innermost part of the auditorium. He was holding the Bible and teaching the content of it to the old and new believers sitting in the church. Amen. That's all for today. After a while, Yin Feng Chili closed the Bible and said solemnly, Amen. The believers clasped their hands and prayed. Seeing this, Yin Feng Chili put away the Bible. Then he turned and walked to the side passage, reporting supervisor. Just as he passed through the round door and entered the corridor leading to the back room of the church, a low voice sounded in his ear. In the shadow of the corridor, a figure covered in a black robe, which looked similar to Demetrius Castor equipment, was half kneeling on the ground and reported in a low voice. Around 10 o'clock at night, Castor and his master broke into Wei Gong's house. Servant Saber was captured by Castor and his master. The current situation is unknown. What did you say? Yin Feng Chili's expression changed slightly. At the same time, in the Einsberg Castle in the Winterwood Forest in the east of Fuyuki City. How could it be? Isn't Scholar defeated? Ilya, who was enjoying breakfast, looked at the android maid, Sella, who was standing aside in disbelief, and said. Sella closed her eyes slightly and acquiesced. I can't believe it, Ilya said in a low voice. Miss, you can say that, but your mission is to bring the Holy Grail back to Einsberg. Please don't put the cart before the horse, Sella said with a blank expression. Compared with Lizelet, who spoke to her friend, Sella's way of treating Ilya was obviously more in line with her identity, full of respect and distance. I know this. I should also take action. Ilya got up and walked to the window of the dining room, put one hand on her waist, and looked at the scenery outside the window, and said in a mature voice. Chapter 1847. At this time, in the basement of Sei Ito's apartment, dressed in a white blouse, a blue skirt, and black stockings, Saber looked very conservative. Her arms were raised high as if she was bound. Black magic rays surrounded her body, and she had a very uncomfortable expression on her face. Saber, who was enduring some kind of pain, groaned softly. You are really tenacious. On the opposite side of Saber, Castor whispered with interest. Surrendering early is for your own good, Saber. Shut up. Who's going to listen to a witch like you? Saber yelled with a stern expression. You actually didn't listen to your master's orders. When did he start learning bad things? Say it, Saber. Castor raised his arm and released the lightning magic toward the restrained Saber. His expression was very excited as he asked loudly. Woo. Saber shrieked in agony as the electricity coursed through her body. After a while, Castor put down his arm and breathed out a sigh of relief. Ooh, it's best if you don't make me spend too much effort. Even if you resist so tenaciously, it's still useless, Castor said in a low voice. The strength that was used to torment you is not something that came out of thin air. Huff, huff, Saber gasped violently and looked at Castor with a sneer. You could do whatever you want. The more you divert your attention to deal with me, the more you'll be hurt. If the Holy Grail leaves you because of this, then all my suffering will be worth it. Saber sneered. That's a good speech, but it's a pity that your idea won't come true. At this moment, with a soft sound, Ito Sei, who was holding a piece of clothing and a few small things in his hand, opened the door and walked in with a chuckle. Master Chunk, Castor said. Meanwhile, Saber's expression changed. These are... Castor's eyes fell on the items in Sei Ito's hand. Something interesting. He looked at the item in his hand. Sei Ito revealed a strange smile. Saber didn't know why. He had a bad feeling that he couldn't suppress. Come on, Castor, do me a favor, knock her out. Sei Ito looked up and said to Castor. Yes. Castor chuckled when he heard that. He pointed at Saber. Saber tried her best to resist. But now that the excess energy was being used to resist external damage and the curse of command, Saber was uncontrollably struck and fainted in a daze. Yes, Castor said. Sei Ito nodded. He ordered again, take off all her clothes. Huh. Castor was taken aback when he heard that, and then he started to attack. In this way, Under Castor's action, the bow tie was untied, the shirt was taken off, and the skirt slid down Saber's legs to her feet. After a while, a naked Saber appeared in front of Seito. "Help me support her body," Seito said as he walked to Saber with the clothes in his hand. Castor didn't ask, and he obediently helped. In 5 or 6 minutes, a very sexy, very seductive strange dress was worn on Saber's body. The reason why this dress was strange was that it was not a normal dress at all. It couldn't be worn directly on the body. Even if it was worn at home, it was a bit too unusual. The dress was red and made of tulle. Under the sunlight, the skin covered under the dress could be clearly seen. It was a sleeveless short skirt, but the upper circumference was very exposed, especially at the 2 points of the chest. There was a circular hole that directly exposed the little grapes inside. The hem of the skirt was very short. It seemed that it would wrap around the buttocks, but part of the buttocks and curves could still be easily exposed. It was probably made of hollow lace instead of underwear. You could see a little bit of gold inside. At the bottom, there was a crack that went all the way to the waist. The vital part that was supposed to be covered was half hidden and half exposed to the air. Obviously, this dress was a sexy underwear used by couples or some special lovers to increase their interest and feelings when interacting with each other. Coupled with the red mesh knee stockings that were then put on Saber and the seductive posture of holding her upper body forward and standing with her legs open, Saber looked very obscene. Seeing Saber like this, Demetrius, who was a princess of an ancient Greek civilization, couldn't help but blush. After all, although ancient Greece was also obscene, it was mainly in the aspect of sex. Things like this kind of dress were still very simple. However, to this extent, Seito still didn't stop. From his pocket, he took out a few small toys that were as thick as 10 fingers, with arcs on 2 ends, and one end was connected to a wire in a small square box. He used a white medical soft cloth to stick them one by one on Saber's chest and lower body. After that, he retreated from Saber and nodded with satisfaction. "Come, I'll teach you how to use these things." Seito turned his head and said to Castor. Castor, who was curious about those strange things, did not hesitate and went to Seito to learn. "This is a switch. Press it, and those things will be activated. For example, like this." Seito said and pressed the switch. In an instant, there was a muffled sound, and the place where the toys were attached to Saber's body immediately trembled slightly. At the same time, Saber's brows wrinkled slightly. Obviously, even in a coma, she could feel some changes in her body. Do you see this? Pushing it up and down can adjust the strength of the vibration. The strongest is the 5th gear, the lowest is the 1st gear. Seito explained. This kind of thing was simple to operate, so almost after Seito finished, Castor learned how to use them. "Master Chung, what's the use of these?" Castor wondered. Itose smirked, took out a remaining toy from his pocket, and then pressed it on Castor's body and started the switch when Castor was unprepared. Buzz! Along with the sudden buzzing sound, a strange feeling came to Castor's mind. The reason why Saber was able to resist the command curse was not only because of her high resistance to mana, but also because of her willpower. Although these things I made seem useless, they have a different effect on women. You should have felt this, right? Itose looked at Castor in front of him and said with a smile. Castor's face turned red. Saber is also a woman. Even if her will is very strong, it can't change the fact that her body is a woman's, so she will also be affected by certain feelings. Coupled with the humiliation brought by the clothes and the stimulation of the flesh created by your magic, I believe it shouldn't take long for your treatment to have some effect, and let her join our battle faster. Seito turned off the power and put away the toy. Understand. Castor sighed softly. Hey, wake her up. I can't wait to see Saber's expression when she sees her appearance. Seito smirked. He. Castor also laughed, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers, lifting the sleeping magic on Saber. Saber whispered and woke up from the coma. Then she found her own changes. Castor, Seito, why are you torturing me like this? Saber struggled violently, half-turned her head and looked at Ito and Castor, standing in the room with angry eyes. What? You don't like the clothes I picked for you? Ito raised his eyebrows. You villain! Are you trying to tease me, a knight? Saber said. Tease? No, no, no. I'm just helping you show your feminine beauty. You know, in addition to being a knight, you're also a girl. It's a pity to wrap your body in cold armor. It's better now. Ito waved his hand and retorted. Agreed. It's a great pleasure to see Saber like this. Castor echoed, then picked up the control switch in his hand and pressed the on button. Buzz. In an instant, a dull buzzing sound came from Saber's body. Feeling a strange feeling suddenly coming from the sensitive part of her body, Saber subconsciously bit her lips and made a muffled groan. Bastard. After the first wave of attack, Saber's face was ugly. It seems that the stimulation needs to be strengthened, Castor said and adjusted the controller to the second gear. In an instant, a stronger vibration was transmitted to Saber's body. By the way, there's one thing that I didn't use just now. Looking at Saber, who was clenching her teeth to resist something, Ito suddenly seemed to think of something and said. Then, he reached into his pocket and took out a small round box. He opened the box, revealing a yellowish ointment inside. Using his index finger, he rubbed the ointment out and walked to Saber's back. While she was struggling, he rubbed the ointment on her lower body. In an instant, another suppressed groan came out from Saber's mouth. Chapter 1848. P.S. Thanks to Crimson Moon Lily, Zhang Xiaozhong, XF20 Zon, and Black Sunday 3 for their precious votes. In the afternoon, after the club activities had ended, that's Miju-senpai and Mitsuki-senpai. Sakura was about to leave when she saw the two standing together. Sakura, that person is called Master. The void flickered and Ryder's figure appeared. He looked at the two of them and reminded them softly. Master, who is it? Sakura turned around and asked Ryder with a confused expression. That man, Ryder said. There's a pervert hiding beside him. Sakura turned around and looked at Mitsuki-senpai and Miju-senpai. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. A figure in a dark robe suddenly appeared behind Miju-senpai and slashed her neck, knocking her unconscious. Plop! Miju-senpai's body fell to the ground. How is this possible? Sakura exclaimed in disbelief. Sakura, if you want to save that girl, it's best to do it now. It seems like that guy is going to let his pervert devour her soul. Reader's voice sounded in Sakura's ears. Devour her soul? Sakura was stunned. Perverts like us need to consume magic power to move around and fight in the world. The magic power was provided by the master magician through the connection of the contract. However, there are some exceptions. During those times, we can consume the life, energy, and soul of normal people to replenish our magic power. Reader explained. What happens to the person whose soul is devoured? Sakura asked with concern. Although she had learned magic and became a magician, she still lacked knowledge about perverts. Furthermore, Ito never told her about perverts in detail, so she didn't know much about perverts. If it's light, it'll be like staying up all night. You'll recover after a good night's sleep. If it's heavy, you'll lose your soul. It'll cause the victim to die. Reader replied, Sister Medusa, help me save Miju-senpai. Sakura said anxiously. Okay. Ryder agreed and immediately flew out from the corner. At the same time, he swung his arm. He threw his chained sword at the girl in the robe who was trying to bite Miju-senpai's neck. The girl in the robe moved. She dodged backwards. Who's there? Shinji-senpai panicked when he saw that his actions were exposed. Reader ignored Senpai's question. With a wave of his hand, he swung the chainsword in his hand and drew a half-moon shape towards Shinji Tong and the girl in the robe next to him. Asa's private inn. Next to them, Asa's grabbed Tong Shinji's collar with one hand and quickly jumped back to avoid it. Taking advantage of this moment, Ryder rushed in front of Miori Ayako, grabbed her body, and quickly retreated. Asa's private inn. Kill her for me. Shinji Jinjong screamed in exasperation. Don't even think about it, the Asa's private girl whispered. Then, a blood-red liquid hand that seemed to be completely composed of blood and magic without a trace of skin protruded from the back of Asa's private girl. It extended infinitely to Ryder's back and clawed at her back, where her heart was. Pah! The invisible barrier shattered, and the blood-red palm landed on Ryder's body. However, Ryder, who was hit by the attack, paused for a moment, then continued to dash forward at high speed. After a few ups and downs, he disappeared from the sight of Shinji and Asa's. Pah! While watching Ryder disappear, Shinji tongue slapped Asa's private woman's face. A faint light flashed in the latter's eyes, and he quietly lowered his head. Useless trash. I asked you to do such a good thing, and you couldn't even do it. Shinji Tong, who didn't notice Asa's strange look, yelled in exasperation. At the same time, Ryder returned to Sakura Tasaka. Medusa, Nasan, are you okay? Sakura Tasaka asked with concern. I'm fine, Medusa said softly as she gently placed the unconscious Miori Ayako on the ground. That should be a curse attack. After breaking my magic barrier, it weakened a lot and didn't do much damage to me. Just as Ryder said, don't even think about it. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. However, the way to avoid it was also very simple. As long as one ran out of the spell's attack range, had a very high resistance to mana, and had the luck of being a bastard child of God, one would be able to avoid being harmed by the spell. In this Holy Grail War, although the luck of Sunder, who was summoned during this Holy Grail War, was only E, and she was very close to the boss and didn't escape from the attack range, her magic attribute was still very high. In addition to her rich experience and habits in magic battles, she had prepared a comprehensive magic barrier around herself, which allowed her to successfully resist the attack of the boss. We shouldn't stay here for too long. Let's get out of here, Sakura. Ryder reminded. Okay. Sakura Tasaka agreed. The two then brought the unconscious Miori Ayako out of the school through the back door and sent her to a nearby hospital. Why did you come back so late today? Seito asked Sakura Tasaka as she walked into the house. Something happened at school. Sakura Tasaka explained. We met another pervert and his master at the school. Reader, who appeared from the void of space, said. Oh, Seito raised his eyebrows and looked at Sakura. It's Senpai Tamatsuki. Sakura Tasaka replied. Fisk, hearing the name from Wenying's mouth. Seito didn't look surprised at all, but there was a hint of disgust on his face. Tell me about the pervert. Seito then asked. The enemy's Revant is a female. She's wearing a black robe and has a high agility attribute. She should be on par with me. I don't know how she attacks, but we know that it's a very strange curse. Ryder shared the information he obtained from the short exchange. Something unexpected finally happened. Seito sighed in his mind, then asked, What's her rank? She should be an Asa's private. Ryder replied, A female Asa's private. Seito whispered to himself, and then the information of the pervert that met the requirements kept appearing in his mind. There are a total of 3 female Asa's private. 2 of them are from the parallel world, the world of Fate/Apocrypha. They're on the red and black sides of this world. The red side's Asa's private's name is Semiramis. Although it can also be regarded as a caster's double summoner, its main attack method is not curses, but poison potions and items. And its agility may also reach a level similar to Ryder's. The black side is Jack the Ripper. Its agility and attack method are relatively similar. The last one is from the parallel world, the world of Fate/Strange Fake. The female Asa's private was not able to inherit the name of Hassan. In the end, she was martyred with the church and was killed. Describe to me the manifestation of that curse. After recalling the information about the Asa's private in his mind, Seito asked again. It's a blood-red, odd-shaped arm that protrudes from the back of the girl. The attack point is probably the heart. Ryder recalled a little. The voice of delusion. Seito said softly. Hearing this familiar word, Ryder immediately focused his attention on Seito. The voice of delusion is the noble phantasm of the ass's private's real name, Hassan Sabas, or the Old Man of the Mountain. Its effect is to use the arm formed by the curse to directly grab the target's heart, ignoring the defense of any armor, and pull out the heart to kill the opponent. Seito smiled and explained to Ryder and Sakura to Saka, who was listening. Of course, this is the essence of this attack method. Its application is much more strange. In addition to the direct attack method you saw before, there is also the method of memorizing the opponent's appearance and duplicating it in the mirror. Then, with the help of the mirror and the curse to reflect the reality, using the ether block to create a double existence that is exactly the same as the depicted target, making it resonate with the real body. Then, by damaging the double existence, the real body will be damaged. Doesn't that mean the asses can't escape after seeing it once? Sakura to Saka said with a worried face. Of course, she was not worried about herself, but she was worried about Ryder, who had seen the asses because of her rescue order. You don't have to worry too much about it. Although the voice of delusion is powerful, it is not completely defenseless. As long as you have a high magic affinity, you can still resist the attack. Seito patted Sakura to Saka's head and smiled. Medusa is suitable for this. With her magic affinity, there are no magic spells or curses in this world that can hurt her. As for you, Sakura, it's best if you don't appear in front of the ass's private's enemy. If you do, you can ask Ryder to kill the ass's private's enemy immediately, or go home and stay away from the ass's private's enemy. As long as you stay away from the ass's private's enemy, you can definitely avoid the attack of the voice of delusion. Seito looked at Sakura to Saka with a serious expression. Sakura to Saka knew it was for her own good, so she immediately nodded with a serious expression. Other than that, you can only pray to God that the voice of delusion fails. Seito joked at the end to ease the atmosphere in the room. Sakura to Saka laughed. I should prepare dinner. At that moment, Sakura, who was no longer worried, lifted her head slightly. Suddenly, she saw the time displayed on the clock on the wall. She exclaimed and immediately ran to the kitchen. However, after Sakura left, Seito frowned again. Is there a problem? Ryder asked. This batch of asses' private's enemy is a little troublesome. Seito did not hide the truth from Ryder as he sighed softly. This batch of asses' private's enemy is the most troublesome one among the old man in the mountain. Although she didn't inherit the name Hak Sabas and the leader's skull mask like the previous 18 generations, with her outstanding talent, she has learned all the abilities of the ass's private's enemy when she was alive. In other words, she can use 18 types of treasures that belong to the ass's private's enemy. The strange voice of delusion is just one of them. What are the other abilities? Ryder asked. I only know 4 of them. Voice of delusion, fantasy computer, and moon marrow potion. As for the other 14, I'm not sure about them. Seito said helplessly. Ryder was silent as he stood there quietly. Forget it. I'll tell you about the other 3 so that you won't be caught off guard. After a moment of silence, Seito said, Since you already know about voice of delusion, I won't tell you more. Delusion is a cloning skill that was learned from the 18th generation Hassan. The effect is to divide oneself into 80 different individuals, and each of them has their own way of thinking and action. In other words, the ass's private's enemy in this state has 80 lives. Only by killing all of them can one truly kill the ass's private's enemy. When used, a few of them can be divided, but the maximum number cannot exceed the limit of 80. Fantasy computer is an attack that turns the enemy's head into a bomb and detonates it to blow up the enemy's body. In terms of form, it can be considered as a variant of voice of delusion. Therefore, the resistance method is the same as voice of delusion. It requires a very high magic power or a very long distance. Moon marrow potion is similar to voice of delusion and fantasy computer. The difference is that it uses a spell to ignite the target's magic power, causing the enemy to burn to death. The resistance method is the same as above. Alright, that's all. Go upstairs to my room and look for Demetrius. She needs your help. Seito let out a long sigh after he finished explaining. Ryder nodded and turned around to walk to the second floor. Chapter 1849. Oh, boom. With a series of soft sounds, Ryder appeared in Seito's room. Castor, are you looking for me? Ryder looked at Demetrius, who was sitting on the bed, staring at a large crystal ball surrounded by a magic circle. Ah, yes, there is something I need your help with. Demetrius said, come with me. Then Demetrius canceled the magic image in the crystal ball, stood up, and said. Then the two went out of the room, stepped on the stairs to the living room, and walked into the basement from a side door placed in the corner. Almost in an instant, her hands were raised high in the air, and her wrists were surrounded by black magic beams. Her head was lowered, and there was a mouthpiece in her mouth. Droplets of saliva dripped down along the edge of the mouthpiece. Her body was flat, and she was wearing a revealing red, transparent gauze dress. Her legs were spread to the sides, and she wore red fishnet stockings. Her chest and lower body were covered with white medical bandages. Saber, who had something stuck to her chest and lower body, came into her sight. At this time, Saber's cheeks were red, her eyes were blurred, and her mouth was unconsciously making low sounds. Her consciousness was about to collapse. Ryder didn't speak and silently followed Castor to the basement. It's really a pleasant thing to see a noble knight become a delicate girl who only pursues her desires. Castor looked at Saber in front of him and said with a playful tone, Castor, I will never forgive you. Hearing Castor's voice, Saber, whose consciousness was instantly clear, said vaguely. Even so, Saber's expression was still full of lust. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for her to fall into a daze again. Oh, you're disobedient again. It seems that you haven't suffered enough. Castor's face showed a somewhat distorted smile. Then he stretched his arm forward and cast an electric shock magic on Saber. Crackle. In an instant, a large electric light appeared on Saber's body, which had become very sensitive to the electric shock. Ah, an electric shock. Saber let out a scream that sounded both painful and joyful. It wasn't until half a minute later that Castor retracted his magic and put down his arm. Huh. Saber, who was temporarily relieved, gasped for breath. Ryder, I heard from Master Chung that you can cast a magic called Lust. At this time, Castor turned his head and looked at Ryder beside him and asked. Hearing Castor's words, Saber's consciousness was clear again. She turned her head and looked at the strange woman who appeared in the basement. Castor and Ryder are actually on the same team. Saber was shocked. You want me to use it on her? Ryder said, yes. Castor confirmed. Okay, Ryder replied. Almost without thinking, he immediately agreed. Then, he walked toward Saber and looked at her with his masked eyes. He was ready to activate the ability of the self-sealing dark shrine. Wait. But just when Ryder was ready, Castor's voice, suddenly, Castor. Ryder, Castor. Her magic attribute is very high, and her will is very strong. Although I have suppressed it a lot now, if you use it like this, the magic may still fail. Castor walked behind Saber and explained. Then what do you think we should do? Ryder asked. It's very simple. Make her unable to resist. Castor laughed. Then he took out the controller from his arms and instantly adjusted the vibration to the 5th gear. Buzz. A buzzing sound came from Saber's body. At the same time, Saber also instinctively made a low sound from her throat. However, Castor still didn't stop there. He reached out to Saber's buttocks, pointed his index finger at the toy located at her buds, and pressed it down hard. Ah! In pain, Saber raised her head and made a scream. Now! Castor reminded her. Ryder, who was reminded, did not hesitate. He immediately stimulated his magic to cast the noble phantasm and pulled Saber's consciousness into the enchantment space created by the Dark Temple. At the same time, in the enchantment world formed by the Dark Temple, Saber, who was naked, appeared in the center of the enchantment space. lying on the ground that was completely formed by white clouds. Then the void began to move. From it, the figures of Sei Ito appeared one after another, and they came to Saber, who could not resist. With a lewd smile on their faces, they moved their hands and feet, and their mouths. Bastard! Bastard! Hooligan! Lowly! Saber, whose face was red, shouted loudly, but before she could say a few words, her mouth was immediately covered by Sei Ito's mouth, and his tongue wantonly invaded her mouth. Saber, on the other hand, was moaning softly. Then the light and shadow fast-forwarded. The fake Sei Ito group began to fiercely and endlessly wantonly invade Saber. Demetrius, Medusa, come out and eat. After a long time, Sei Ito, who came to the basement, said to the two of them, "Stop, Ryder." Castor, who heard the call, said. Ryder did not speak. He stopped the noble phantasm and walked away from Saber. "Go up, it's time to eat." Sei Ito glanced at the small pool of moist liquid under Saber's feet and said to the two of them. Then he withdrew his gaze, left the basement with Castor and Ryder, and returned to the living room to sit with Here, Cheyenne, and Sakura Tasaka. As for the other two, Liz and Baifei, because they were working, they did not come back, so they did not appear at the table. "Let's eat." Sei Ito took the bowl and chopsticks in front of him and said. The others were not polite, and they enjoyed it happily. "Oh, delicious. Sakura, your cooking has improved." "Really?" "Well, the taste is more balanced than the previous two, and the taste of the dishes has become a little better." Just like that, the dinner time passed in the blink of an eye while they were chatting. Then Castor and Ryder returned to the basement and continued to train Saber. Cheyenne returned to her laboratory to do research. Sakura Tasaka and Here went into the kitchen and began to wash the dishes. Only Sei Ito sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. But before he could watch for a long time, a strange feeling suddenly rose from the bottom of Sei Ito's heart. Someone broke into the enchantment. Sei Ito secretly said, "Ayo." However, as soon as his judgment appeared in his mind, a wild and empty roar came from outside the house. Sei Ito did not dare to neglect. He immediately got up from the sofa, quickly rushed to the entrance, put on his shoes, opened the door, and went outside the villa. Almost at the same time, Ryder, Here, and Cheyenne, who was doing research, rushed out of the room and came to the outside of the villa. In an instant, a 2-meter-tall, burly, muscular man appeared in front of everyone. His muscles were bulging and knotted, and his long hair was messy like a beggar's. His red and white eyes were devoid of any rationality, and he held a huge stone knife in his hand. Looking at the burly man, Cheyenne frowned slightly. "Berserker," Sei Ito said in a low voice. "Huh, isn't this Castor's lair? Why are there other servants here?" At this time, accompanied by a sudden crisp female voice, a silver-haired girl wearing a white pleated skirt, a purple nylon blouse, and a purple round hat on her head came out from behind Berserker's left leg, looking at everyone in the field with a puzzled look. Looking at the girl who appeared, Sei Ito immediately thought of her name, Iliasfield von Erzbrun. She is the cabinet of this world's Holy Grail War android, and the daughter of the former Little Holy Grail Alice Field von Erzbrun and Wei Gonkisi. "Hey, is this Castor's lair?" Ilya looked at everyone with innocent eyes and asked, "Who are you?" As soon as she entered the battle state, Here, whose face became cold, asked coldly, "Greetings, I am Berserker's master, Iliasfield von Erzbrun. You can call me Ilya." Ilya pinched the sides of her skirt with both hands, crossed her legs, and slightly curtsied and introduced herself. "Now, can you answer my question? Otherwise, I will be angry." Then Ilya straightened up and said with a pure smile on her face, So what if I am not?" Sei Ito asked with interest. "Who are you?" Ilya asked with her head tilted. "Sei Ito, I don't know if you have heard of me." Sei Ito said with a smile. "You are Sei Ito?" Ilya was surprised. "And you have heard of me?" This time, it was Sei Ito's turn to be surprised. "Well, my mother once told me that if I have a chance to meet you, I will ask you to help me take out the thing and then carry out a thorough treatment." Ilya smiled. Chapter 1850. Hey, can you tell my mother what you mean by that? Ilya asked with eyes full of curiosity. She really knows how to arrange it. Seito shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Just like what she said, she want me to take out the tool in your body and then give you a comprehensive treatment so that you can live as long as possible. She wants you to meet your end in this holy grail war. Seito said calmly with a serious expression. Ilya blinked her eyes and looked at Seito curiously. Can I? As long as you cooperate. Although I can't let you completely recover, it shouldn't be a problem to extend your life by 10 or 20 years. If you are willing to accept certain situations in the future, it is not impossible for you to completely recover. Seito nodded slightly and confirmed. Since you can save me, why didn't you save my mother back then? Ilya was silent for a short while, then angrily asked in a loud voice. It's not that I didn't want to save her, but your mother didn't let me save her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended her life in less than a year after the end of the last Holy Grail War. Seito said with some regret in his voice. Liar, Ilya retorted loudly. Berserker, killed him. Then, Ilya loudly ordered. Roar! Berserker let out a long howl, then waved the huge stone sword in his hand and chopped at Seito and the others. Whoosh! The heavy stone sword brought about a gale, and oppressively chopped at Seito and the others. Seito and the others moved. Without prior agreement, they jumped to the sides to dodge the attack. Bang! Then, with a flash of light, a magic formation suddenly appeared and blocked Berserker's sword wind outside the villa. However, looking at the flickering state of the magic formation, it was clear that it would shatter in a few seconds, allowing Berserker's attack to fall on the villa behind the magic formation. Seeing this, Seito, Here, Ryder, and Zun didn't dare to hesitate and immediately attacked Berserker. Seito suddenly jumped up and landed on Barrel's arm. He rushed forward and reached Barrel's head. Seito opened his hand. For crimson gems appeared. He swung his hand and threw it at the Berserker's head. Boom! A blazing flame exploded on the Berserker's head. At the same time, Shire ran to Barrel's feet, lowered his body into a horse stance, and punched Barrel's tough waist with his fist, which was covered in a magic suit made of runes. Bang! However, shortly after, Heel frowned. She quietly retreated from Berserker's side. At the same time, Here stepped back. Ryder's attack also arrived in front of Ilya, who had retreated a distance after Berserker's attack. Ryder thrust his dagger forward. He stabbed at Ilya's neck. The latter's expression didn't change. She still looked at Ryder with a smile on her face. Then, in the next moment, accompanied by a series of violent crosstalk, a large sword slashed at Ryder's body. It was Barrel's attack. Ryder quickly retracted his sword and crossed it in front of his body to block Barrel's sword. Bang! In an instant, there was a muffled sound, and Ryder flew away like a cannonball. Roar! Then, Barrel's stone sword swung again and swept toward Shire and Seito. Whoosh! The strong wind pressure brought about a visible vortex of wind that rushed towards the two of them. Seito and Shire didn't resist it head-on. They dodged from the weak point of the sword pressure. Then, Seito's arm moved slightly, and the obsidian dagger in his hand shot out a white light. Puff! The white light crossed the sky and accurately landed on Barrel's body, but it didn't hit the vital part. Because at the moment when the white light was about to hit his vital part, Barrel suddenly dodged to the side, causing the white light to slash near his shoulder. A long, slanted mark appeared on the Berserker's body. This was the first time Seito used this Torohuska Bontic Atori spear to injure a Valkyrie. Sure enough, although his magic attribute is probably is the price to make Hercules go berserk, his magic attribute isn't high. It's estimated to be about the same as Lancer, around sea level, and can only resist some small magic. Seeing that his attack was successful, Seito thought in his mind. Roar! Barrel roared in pain. Berserker! Hearing Berserker's roar, Ilya loudly called out. Sometimes, instead of worrying about him, It's better to worry about yourself. Along with this somewhat cold voice, several thin lines invisible to the naked, I instantly wrapped around Ilya's body, restraining her. Then, Shine Yuan raised the muzzle slightly, aimed at the restrained Ilya's head, and said lightly, "Make that big guy stop. Do you think you can catch me with this kind of thing?" Ilya smiled without turning her head. "I know that your Einstein Baron family is famous for metal control. You can try it and see if you can control my Ethernet fiber," Shine Yuan said lightly. "That's what you said." Ilya smiled innocently, then activated the unique magic of the Einstein Baron family, metal control. Immediately afterward, Ilya's brows wrinkled. Obviously, the unique magic of the Einstein Baron family that she mastered couldn't control the Ethernet fiber unique to the Eltram family. "If you don't want to die, make that big guy stop," Shine Yuan, standing not far behind Ilya, said lightly. "Beryl." After a pause, Ilya ordered loudly, "Kill her." "Roar." Beryl roared, ignored the attacks of Sei-Ito and Here, and slashed horizontally, creating a huge gust of wind that rushed towards Shine Yuan behind Ilya. Shine Yuan, who didn't want to take this head-on, didn't dare to hesitate. She immediately stepped to the side and dodged. But while dodging, she pulled the trigger of the pistol without hesitation. Bang, 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 several bullets immediately shot towards Ilya. But at this time, Ilya had already fallen to the ground due to the sweeping wind pressure and the binding of the Ethernet fiber. She rolled forward a short distance with the wind and fortunately dodged Shine Yuan's bullets. But the next moment, accompanied by another muffled sound, a white light slashed across Beryl's head from left to right, cutting her head in half. In an instant, Beryl's movement stopped. "Ryder, catch that little girl." Just when the others relaxed because of Beryl's death, Sei-Ito suddenly ordered loudly. After saying that, Ryder's figure flashed, arrived beside Ilya, and grabbed her in his hand. Ilya's expression changed slightly when she was caught by Ryder, and then a pure smile appeared on her face. "Big brother, what do you want to do?" Ilya asked innocently. "Of course, it's just in case." Sei-Ito glanced at Ilya and smiled. Almost at the instant he said that, along with the rapid gathering of high-intensity spiritual particles, a new head reappeared on Beryl's neck. He was resurrected. This was the effect of Beryl's noble artifact, 12 trials. With it, Beryl had 12 lives. He needed to be killed 12 times in a row to completely send Beryl back to the Martyr's Palace. Seeing Beryl's resurrection, everyone who had just relaxed tensed up again and was on guard against Beryl, who stood still. "Ilya, now you have two choices. First, use you as a hostage, and then we will send Beryl back to the Martyr's Palace here. Second, cooperate with us, become my subordinate, listen to my command, and fight. Correspondingly, I will treat you as your mother said at the beginning." Sei-Ito said while stretching out 2 fingers. "I choose the second one." Ilya turned her head to look at Beryl and made her choice. "Wait," Sei-Ito said lightly, then turned to Here on the side and said, "Go to the magic room and bring the props to make self-coercive evidence." Here nodded and returned to the villa. In fact, the best way to deal with Ilya was to let Castor come out and use the 10,000 spell talisman on Beryl's side. This was the safest and most effective way to deal with her. But unfortunately, it was not possible. Not to mention the possible consequences of continuously supplying 2 Beryl's Vance and suppressing Saber. Castor didn't have any extra mana to deal with Beryl. In addition, Beryl's characteristics were difficult to tame. If he really got his hands on her, not only would she not become a reliable fighting force, but she would also become an unstable burden. Chapter 1851. P.S. Thank you to Guiying Yuhao and Shu En for their precious monthly votes. Here you go. Ilya threw the sheepskin scroll in her hand to Sei-Ito with a look of displeasure. That's right. Sei-Ito took the sheepskin scroll in his hand, looked down at the contents on it, put away the sheepskin scroll, and said with a smile, "Tell me, when do you plan to receive treatment?" As he said to Ilya before, Seito will treat Ilya's body in exchange for Ilya's absolute affiliation in this Holy Grail war. That is the combat command, right? Tomorrow. Ilya snorted like a child, throwing a tantrum. Okay. Seito agreed indifferently, then changed the topic and continued. But since you and I become allies, then it's better to do it now than later. Let's go and make an enemy leave. Who is the target? Ilya asked curiously. Jiantong, also known as the descendant of Marisai family. Seito said lightly. Marisai? Did someone from their family also participate in this world's Holy Grail war? Ilya was surprised. Although her intelligence system was rich, Fuyuki was not the orthodox sphere of influence of her barren family, and many things could not be accurately grasped. In addition, her focus had always been on Shiro Wei, the child picked up by her father, and Rin Inbin, the head of Inbin family, who was the actual manager of Fuyuki, which made her intelligence system even more wrong. If Seito hadn't taken the initiative to show up, they might not have been able to find out that he was the master of Castor. Of course, as one of the three imperial families, they have no reason to miss this world's Holy Grail war. Seito said with a smile. Here, Cheyenne, you two go back to your room and rest. Then, Seito looked at Here and Cheyenne in the field and said. Here and Cheyenne nodded and set off to return to their room. Let's go. After the two returned to their room, Seito said to Ilya, Ber recur. Ilya called out softly and made Berserker enter the soul-body state, disappearing from Spot. Rider, Seito called out softly. The latter's body also became feeble, and he entered the state of a spirit. Then, Seito and Ilya no longer hesitated. He moved towards the direction of the Tong family's residence. 10 minutes later, the two of them came to the vicinity of the Tong family and saw a dark building that looked like a ghost castle. There were only 2 or 3 lights lit up. We're here. In order to avoid triggering the defensive barrier of the building, Seito stopped a short distance away from the Tong family. Call Berserker out, Seito said softly. Pervert. Ilya, who had already accepted her fate, didn't hesitate. He opened his mouth and called out Berserker, and then Ilya asked curiously, let Berserker destroy to his heart's content. Seito slightly raised the corner of his mouth. He said faintly with a somewhat fleeting voice, okay. Berserker, destroy the building in front with all your strength. Ilya raised her hand and pointed at the Tong family's residence, and loudly ordered the Berserker beside her. Roar. Berserker roared loudly. He immediately raised his hand and waved his stone blade, fiercely chopping at the Tong family's residence. Whoosh! In an instant, a strong wind whistled, and a white wind vortex visible to the naked eye turned into a destructive wind magic spell under the support of magic power, and shot straight at the Tong family's residence. Then, a shimmering transparent barrier immediately appeared outside the Tong family's residence, blocking in front of the wind vortex. Creak, creak, pop. But this barrier didn't exist for long. After only 2 or 3 seconds, it immediately shattered with a strange, ear-piercing sound, completely exposing the main body of the Tong family's residence to the air. But at this time, the wind vortex created by Berserkers also turned into chaotic air turbulence due to the barrier's interception, scattering in all directions. Roar! At this time, Berserker roared again and chopped at the building in front of him with his stone blade. Boom! The stone blade fell to the ground, creating a strong vibration. A meandering pitch-black crack immediately spread forward from the point of impact of the stone blade. Almost in the blink of an eye, it formed a wide crack as thick as an adult's arm, extending to the front of the Tong family's residence. And then, without reducing its destructive power, it went up along the building's wall. Crack, crack. A huge crack mark immediately appeared on the surface of the main body of the building. Who are you? How dare you attack the Tong clan? However, at this moment, an old voice with a hint of anger suddenly came from above the field. Ignore it. Just when Ilya wanted to speak, Seito reached out and pressed her shoulder and said faintly, continue to let Berserker destroy. Ilya curled her lips when she heard that, but she didn't give the order to stop. She continued to let Berserker destroy the building according to the initial order. Roar! Berserker roared and chopped at the stone blade in his hand again. Boom! The ground shook violently in an instant. Then, more cracks appeared on the surface of the Tong family's residence one after another, making the whole building look even more dangerous. Little girl from the Ahrensberg family. What do you mean by this? This time, the old voice finally stopped pretending to be stupid and directly asked in a deep voice. At the same time, the swarm of insects surged, and gradually, the image of a strange old man with a hunchback and a bald head gathered in the sight. It was the head of the Tong family, Tong Zongyan. I didn't expect you two to be together. Tong Zongyan looked at Sei Ito, who was standing together with Ilya, and said with a frown, "What do you two mean by this?" Tong Zongyan asked with a gloomy expression. Even though his soul and mentality were distorted due to the frequent reincarnations and long-term magical corrosion, he didn't seem like a normal human anymore, which allowed him to ignore certain things. However, that didn't include blatant provocation of his home. Even though this home didn't hold an important position in his heart, it was still a place that he was satisfied with, a stronghold, and where many of his memories were. How could he be willing to be destroyed by the enemy like this? "I want asses to leave," Sei Ito said calmly. Tong Zongyan knitted his brows and didn't speak immediately. Similarly, Sei Ito didn't let Ilya release Berserker's order to attack and continued to work hard as a demolition worker. He was trying his best to tear down the illegal building. "Kid, don't go too far." Tong Zongyan looked straight into Sei Ito's eyes and said calmly, "That depends on your choice." Ito-sei's eyes flashed as he looked back at Masanori Jintong. In the confrontation, a faint magical power began to spread from the two of them. A large number of black worms also appeared by Tong Zongyan's feet and wriggled there. How disgusting. Seeing those imper bugs, Yi Zichen was shocked. Ilya's face revealed a disgusted expression. Wishful thinking. However, just when the atmosphere between the two of them was about to explode, a faint voice sounded in the night sky. Then a red light flashed. A long scarlet arm grabbed at the Berserker's chest. Even though Berserker had lost his mind due to his berserk state, his ability to sense danger was still there. Therefore, the moment Berserker sensed danger, he immediately used his A-rank agility to dodge. Perhaps his B-rank luck also came into play. With a loud bang, the scarlet arm exploded and disappeared in front of Berserker. Looking at Berserker's intact appearance, it was obvious that Ass's attack didn't cause any damage to him. Then, Berserker's sword turned and slashed in the direction of the red hand. Boom! The stone sword slashed the surface of Tong Zongyan's building and destroyed the wall of the building, revealing the richly decorated interior space. A terrified young man with seaweed hair who was sitting on the ground in a sorry state appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Next to him was the expressionless girl in a robe, Ass's private, and "If you don't make a decision, your grandson is going to die." Sei Ito slightly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Kid, aren't you afraid that I will trouble you after this?" Tong Zongyan was silent for a few seconds and asked in a low voice, "I'm afraid, but I have no choice. I want to win this Holy Grail war, so I have to do it." Sei Ito shrugged innocently, but in his heart, he secretly muttered, "You think I don't want to kill you directly?" If it weren't for the fact that I don't know where the imprint bug with your soul information is, I can't wait to kill you immediately to earn some extra money. Imprint bug, the core of Tong Zongyan's insect magic. To use a well-known term, it was lust. The type of magic itself wasn't too special. At least in this world, there were no less than 4 or 5 magic families that controlled demonic beasts like Tong Zongyan's family, and there were even more special ones. However, the insect technique used by Tong Zongyan was different. Because he didn't want to die, he stored his soul code in his engraving insect in an evil way, forming a soul box similar to the Lich's soul box mentioned in novels in the other world. Although this kind of behavior had its drawbacks, as long as he didn't kill the core insect, No matter how many times his body was cut into pieces, he wouldn't really be killed. In the original work, his newly created core bug was placed in Sakura and Sakaka's heart. But in the timeline that Sei Ito intervened, he didn't know where it was buried at all. So, it became very troublesome to kill Tong Zongyan. I see. It seems that this old man hasn't done anything for a long time, and the world has forgotten my name, Tong Zongyan said with a sigh. But the moment his words fell, a large number of bugs shot towards Sei Ito and Ilya like rain. Then let me consolidate the name of Tong Zongyan again. Sei Ito grabbed Ilya's shoulder with one hand, stomped his feet, and quickly leaped back. At the same time, he waved his left hand and shot out a reddish-yellow flame toward the swarm of bugs. Squeak, 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 squeak. In an instant, the screams of the bugs rang out. However, there was a limit to the number of bugs that could be burned. More bugs shot out from the burned bugs and flew toward Sei Ito. Sei Ito flipped his hand and summoned 4 sparkling gems and threw them at the bugs. Boom, 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 boom. However, in the next moment, the bug's body swelled and suddenly exploded, stirring up a putrid black liquid that splashed towards Sei Ito and Ilya. Sei Ito moved his 5 fingers and made a strange gesture in an inexplicable way. Then, he straightened his palm in front of him. In an instant, a magic barrier stood in front of Sei Ito and Ilya, blocking all the liquid that splashed out after the bugs exploded. Whoosh! Then a corrosive sound came from the magic barrier. I didn't expect that the House of Nagasaka would even contribute their own family inheritance. The House of Nagasaka is really declining. After the smoke and fire dispersed, Nakasaka reappeared and sneered. The House of Nagasaka can't represent all gem magic users, Sei Ito said calmly. Roar! At this moment, a painful howl came from the mouth of the berserker not far away. Berserker! Ilya shouted as she looked toward the berserker. Not far away, the tall and strong berserker was burning fiercely like a huge torch, releasing a large amount of light and heat. Obviously, he was hit by the Ass's curse attack. Moon Marrow Elixir. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. At this moment, Nakasaka, who was standing opposite him, suddenly said, "Instead of worrying about others, you should worry more about yourself, kid." The next moment, several black shadows flashed and shot towards Sei Ito and Ilya from both sides like tentacles. Sei Ito grabbed Ilya's shoulder with one hand, stepped on the 9 palaces, and moved like a dragon, nimbly dodging the attacks of the black tentacles. Then, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Rider!" Light and shadow flashed, and a silver light quickly cut through Nakasaka's neck. Slap! However, what was strange was that Nakasaka, whose neck was cut by the sword light, did not spurt out any blood. Instead, he directly turned into a pile of disgusting bugs and pounced on Ryder's body. Ryder's magic power surged and rushed away from the bugs on his body. He quickly jumped away from the swarm of bugs. Chapter 1852. Ryder, go help Berserker and kill Assassin, Sei Ito ordered while dodging the tentacles' attacks. Then he tossed Ilya to the left. His right arm shook slightly, and the obsidian dagger that had slipped out from his sleeve, the spear of Turskabontic Atori, appeared in his hand. He flipped it and reflected a bright, white beam of light. In an instant, several muffled sounds could be heard. The pitch-black tentacles were immediately torn apart by the white beam of light and turned into pitch-black smoke that drifted into the air. Then, Sei Ito retracted his arm and turned his finger, shooting a flame at the cluster of insects that had gathered together again. Whoosh! The flame streaked across the sky and accurately landed on the cluster of insects. Squeak, 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 squeak. Instantly, the miserable shrieks of the insects echoed in the night sky. At this moment, Sei Ito stopped moving and narrowed his eyes. He carefully observed the situation around him and searched for the figure that was hiding in the Jiantong residence. Boom! But at this moment, a loud explosion suddenly sounded from the Jiantong residence not far away. Hearing the explosion, Ito immediately looked up. A large fireball suddenly gushed out from the Jiantong residence and burned toward Berserker and Rider, who rushed over. However, this fireball was only an ordinary fireball. It had no effect on Berserker and Rider, who were heroic spirits and easily resisted the fireball. But correspondingly, as the initiator of this fireball, the Jiantong residents burned fiercely in this fireball. Did they escape? Seito narrowed his eyes and said, "Put me down, you idiot." While he was thinking, Ilya, who had been carrying him for a long time, finally found an opportunity. She said loudly with a face full of anger, "I forgot." Seito lowered his head and looked at Ilya, who he was carrying. He chuckled and put her back on the ground. "Bastard," Ilya cursed as soon as she stepped on the ground and kicked Seito's calf. Seito chuckled and nimbly dodged the attack. "Umph." Seeing that her sneak attack had failed, Ilya coldly snorted. He gave up on looking for trouble. The enemy has already fled. What do you plan to do now? After a short pause, Ilya asked, "Let's put out the fire first and see what's left in the house. If we're lucky enough to find something, we can use tracking magic to track the other party's whereabouts," Seito said after some thought. After saying that, Seito did not hesitate. He immediately walked to the burning Jiantong house and stood still. He took out 4 sparkling gemstones and threw them at the house. Then, in the next moment, there was a soft PU sound and a large amount of cold air quickly spread out from the flames. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-white frost covered the flames and formed translucent ice crystals, freezing the originally raging fire. An ice-cold building that looked like one from a fairy tale appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seito took a step forward and broke through the obstacles in front of him. He walked into the dilapidated Jiantong house. Ilya didn't say anything and silently followed him into the house. Finally, there was the relatively petite Rider. As for the big Berserker, he consciously entered the spirit body state. He disappeared from where he stood. It's already burned to this extent. Can we really find anything useful? Looking at the scene inside the building, Ilya could not help but doubt. That's why it depends on luck, Seito said with a chuckle. What if we can't find it? Ilya asked, as if she was arguing. Deal with it, Seito said indifferently. I'm starting to regret cooperating with you, Ilya said with a sigh. Then, without waiting for Seito to ask, she continued, Originally, I thought that I would be able to relax a bit from now on. I didn't expect that the first time I went out, it would be so terrible. I really don't know what will happen if this continues. Only one enemy escaped. At most, we will lose our advantage in information and return to our usual vigilance against each other. It's not as pessimistic as you say. Still, let's talk about it. You still aren't prepared to be ambushed by enemies at any time, Ilya, Seito said as he glanced at Ilya beside him. Who said I wasn't prepared? It's just that a certain person clearly has the advantage in information and strength. Yet, he still made things so terrible. For example, in the previous battle, he clearly could have had Rider and Berserker attack Assassin together. He could have taken down the enemy in one fell swoop. So why did he have Rider hide? You can't even figure out such a simple decision. I really wonder how you've been able to live for so long. Are all your past enemies idiots? Ilya said with a harsh and sarcastic tone. Are you sure you want me to explain why I had Rider hide? Seito stopped and turned to look at Ilya. Although Seito didn't show any pressure, for some reason, Ilya still became nervous. She couldn't help but look hesitant. Speak. I want to see what it is for, Ilya said stubbornly while maintaining her imposing manner. All right, since you want to hear it, I'll tell you. Seito retracted his gaze and started walking again in the Jiantong residence. He explained, First, it's because I have to avoid Berserker. As a Berserker, although Berserker can easily distinguish between friend and foe, it doesn't mean that he will have misgivings about allies when fighting. So, in order to avoid accidental injuries, I didn't have Rider assist him. Second, it's because of that old man. His name is Jiantong Zongyan. and he's the patriarch of the Jiantong family. He's a great magician who uses insect control techniques. As an old monster who has lived for God knows how many years, he has rich experience in magical battles. Although I have the confidence to protect myself and even kill him, I can't guarantee that you won't lose your life because of negligence. So, I need to keep Ryder by my side as a precaution so that he can save you at the critical moment. Hearing this, Ilya's cheeks flushed. Of course, it wasn't because of shyness or anything, but because she was embarrassed and indignant that she was regarded as a burden. As for the last reason, it's because I wanted Ryder to act as an assistant. When needed, he could give the enemy a fatal blow or secretly track them in case of a situation like this. But unfortunately, he didn't succeed, Saito said in the end. After that, the two didn't speak anymore and silently searched the dilapidated Jiantong residence. Seems like our luck isn't bad. After a while, Saito, who found a room that wasn't damaged much, chuckled. Then, he and Ryder searched the room. But unfortunately, even though the room was well preserved, it was clearly not used often. There wasn't anything in it that could be used as a source of information. Therefore, after searching for a while, Saito and Ryder stopped and left the room to search the next area. Just like that, one room after another, Saito and Ryder searched 5 to 6 rooms before they found 2 items that were useful. A set of half-burned clothes and a well-preserved metal plate. Let's go to the next place, Saito said. Isn't this the last room? Where else haven't we searched? Ilya, who was tired of searching, asked. Insect nest, Saito said calmly. Insect nest. At the same time, the image of a room full of disgusting insects appeared in Ilya's mind. Then, her face turned pale and she shivered. But Saito didn't pay attention to Ilya's change. He walked out of the room and searched the dilapidated Jiantong residence again. Hard work pays off. After 7 to 8 minutes, Saito found the location of the insect nest. It was a spacious and dark room. The air inside was damp and cold, emitting a faint, nauseating odor. A flight of cement stairs led to the bottom of the room. Saito took the lead and walked up the stairs into the insect nest. This is a summoning array? Ilya asked hesitantly after seeing the huge array engraved on the ground. Tisk, it's really cleaned up. Not even a single insect was left behind. On the contrary, Saito didn't pay too much attention to the array engraved on the ground. Instead, he muttered with a somewhat displeased expression. Why are you looking for that thing? Although his voice was very soft, the key was that the insect room was too quiet. In addition, they were close to each other, so Ilya could still clearly hear Ito say's muttering. She asked with a strange expression, What else can I do? Of course, I'm using it as a source of information to track the old man's tracks, Saito said snappily. What a pity. Saito sighed softly. All right, let's go. After saying that, Saito didn't stay in the insect nest any longer. He turned around and walked back to the surface. Ilya and Ryder followed closely behind him. Less than 5 minutes after they left, along with an almost undetectable hissing sound, pitch-black maggots surged out of the cracks in the basement. They gathered into a clump and then rapidly transformed. In the end, they formed the appearance of viscera Jiantong and stood in the center of the stone room. Looks like I'll have to hide for a while, Viscera Jiantong said softly with narrowed eyes. Then, his body scattered and transformed back into a group of fat maggots. They crawled around the stone room and began a new round of breeding. Grandpa is dead. Grandpa is dead. On a remote path not far from Jiantong's house, Jiantong Shinji, who looked like a ghost, walked forward mechanically while murmuring to himself with dull eyes. Behind him was the cloaked girl, Assassin. Her eyes flickered as she stared unblinkingly at Shinji Jiantong's back. Chapter 1853. Right, there's also a priest. I can go find Priest Yin Feng. After being in a daze for an unknown amount of time, Tong Shun Er's expression suddenly shook. His expression was very excited as he muttered to himself. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly walked towards the Winterwood church. Assassin's footsteps were light, and she followed him step by step. 20 minutes later, Shinji Tong arrived at the Winterwood church and pushed the door open. Priest Yinfeng, are you there? Shinji Tong called out loudly. What a rare guest. Good evening, young man from the Tong family. With a magnetic male voice, Father Black, Yinfeng Chili, appeared in the mass hall. He wore a black robe with a metal cross in front of his chest. His eyes were pitch black and empty. Priest Yinfeng, please save me, Shinji Tong said excitedly. What happened? Yinfeng Chili asked calmly. Grandpa died to save me. Shinji Tong sobbed. You mean Elder Zong Yin? Yinfeng Chili frowned and said in shock. Yes, Grandpa died. Shinji Tong confirmed. Tell me what happened in detail, Yinfeng Gili requested. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder, that old bastard really died? Just to save his piece of trash? How is that possible? Sob. Not long ago, when I was sleeping at home, Berserker and his master suddenly broke into my house and attacked without any warning. Grandpa went out to negotiate with Berserker's master, but for some reason, they suddenly started fighting. Then, in order to save me, who was being attacked by Berserker, he self-destructed. He used a self-destruct technique and died together with the enemy. Sob. Shinji Tong sobbed. His words were sad, but Yin Feng and Qi Li, who were in the audience, didn't believe him. He knew very well how that old guy treated his family. They were toys for his entertainment. Their pain and distortion was the gift he looked forward to the most. How could he play the game of dying together for them? Unless his brain was fried by the magic circuit. Old guy, what trick are you trying to play now? Yin Feng Chili, who didn't understand what Shinji Tong was thinking, thought to himself. Of course, although that was what he thought, Yin Feng still had to put on an act. My condolences. I believe Senior Zong Yin wouldn't want to see you like this, Yin Feng Chili said gently, befitting of a priest. Tong Shinji was also obedient. He sniffled and stopped crying. Then come here. Why? Yin Fengili asked again after Tong Shun calmed down. I want revenge. I'm going to kill Berserker and his master. Shinji Jiantong clenched his fists, his body trembled slightly, and said with a ferocious face, You seem to have found the wrong person. I'm just a supervisor. I can't interfere with anything related to the Holy Grail War. If you want to take revenge, you're the most suitable person. Yin Feng raised his head slightly and looked past Tong Shinji to look at Assassin standing quietly behind him. This fellow is just a piece of trash. She doesn't even have any noble artifacts. Even after using it a few times, she couldn't even kill a single servant. I don't know when I'll get my revenge on her. Tong Shinji Jiantong followed Yin Feng Chili's gaze and looked back at Assassin. Then I can't help it. You can only rely on her to defeat your enemy, and even win the Holy Grail War and fulfill your wish, Yin Feng Chili said lightly. Can't you change her? Tong Shinji Jiantong looked at Yin Feng Chili expectantly. No, Yin Feng Chili denied. Damn it. Why? Why can't that bitch summon a stronger servant? Why does she have to summon such a useless fellow? Tong Shinji Jiantong cursed in a low voice, and he put all the blame on his dead foster sister Tong Xingli. What a scumbag. Yin Feng Chili didn't say anything. He silently looked at Tong Shinji, who was complaining in front of him. If you want to take revenge, it's not impossible, Yin Feng Chili suddenly said after a while. What way? Tong Shinji Jiantong quickly asked. Although Berserker is strong, he is only a servant of one world. But there are 7 servants in the Holy Grail War. You can unite with other masters to suppress Berserker and then complete your revenge. Yin Feng Chili stated in a flat tone. Other masters. Tong Shinji frowned. But I don't know who the other masters are. Tong Shinji Jiantong said irritably. I may be able to help with this. Yin Feng Chili said lightly. Really? Tong Shinji Jiantong looked at Yin Feng Chili with surprise. At this time, in the basement of Sei Ito's villa, Sei Ito, who sent Ilya back to the castle in the mountains, came to the basement. How is it? Looking at Saber, who was barely awake, Sei Ito asked Castor. It's almost done. With the current progress, at most one more day, I can make her completely my slave. Castor said with a somewhat proud tone. Sei Ito nodded, walked to Saber's side, reached out, and gently stroked the skin on her back. Almost subconsciously, Saber's throat made a seductive whisper. Not bad. Sei Ito praised with a smile on his face. It's all thanks to Ching-sama's correct guidance. Castor said modestly. Forget it. There is no guidance for this kind of thing. Sei Ito laughed and then continued. Okay, come with me to rest. There are some things I may need your help with. Yes, Ching-sama. Castor agreed and left the basement with Ito's Sei, leaving Saber, who was still under the influence of toys and special drugs. In the basement, she was still in the sensual world. Ching-sama, I don't know what you want me to help you with. Castor came to Sei Ito's bedroom and asked. Well, these are the items I found in the house of the enemy I'm going to kill tonight. See if you can extract the aura on them and make a special tracking item. Sei Ito handed the 2 items found in the house to Castor and said, in fact, Sei Ito can make tracking items himself, but in terms of the effect of the items, whether it's quality or effectiveness, it's not as good as Castor, who has the inherent skills of ancient magic and item making. So instead of spending time to make something that's not very good, it's better to directly hand it over to a professional. Yes, Ching-sama. Castor, who took the 2 things and observed them a little, said, Well, I'll leave it to you, Medea. Ito-sei smiled. You don't have to be so polite. Ching-sama, this is my duty. Castor said softly. Then he turned and left the room and disappeared behind the closed door. Boom! Seeing Castor leave, Sei Ito smiled slightly, sat cross-legged on the bed, and closed his eyes to practice. Nothing happened that night, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. In the morning, everyone had a sumptuous breakfast prepared by Nagasaka Sakura. Then, Shire left the mansion with Ryder in her spiritual form and headed to school. Cheyenne, who stayed in the laboratory for a whole night, went back to the laboratory to rest. Liz and Byron, the lazy paladins, also went back to their bedroom to sleep, leaving only Sei Ito and Castor in the living room. Ching-sama, this is the tracking item you want. At this time, Castor stood up and took a small round box that looked like a pocket watch and a compass from somewhere and handed it to Sei Ito. Sei Ito reached out and took the knife and looked down at it. The position of his pointer should be the location of the owner of the aura, right? Sei Ito asked. Yes. Castor affirmed. Sei Ito nodded and put away the item. Thank you for your hard work, Demetrius. Sei Ito thanked her. Castor smiled slightly and didn't say anything. You continue to stay at home with Saber. I'll go out and have a look. Sei Ito got up and said. Yes. Castor opened his mouth and nodded. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Sei Ito reached out and touched Castor's cheek and chuckled. Then he walked away from Castor, who was blushing, went to the entrance, put on his shoes, pushed the door, and left the villa. Boom! Without any obstruction, the door closed by itself under the movement of the door bolt. The position of his pointer should be the location of the owner of the aura, right? Sei Ito asked. Sei Ito nodded and put away the item. Thank you for your hard work, Demetrius. Sei Ito thanked her. Castor smiled slightly and didn't say anything. You continue to stay at home with Saber. I'll go out and have a look. Sei Ito got up and said. Yes. Castor opened his mouth and nodded. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Sei Ito reached out and touched Castor's cheek and chuckled. Then he walked away from the blushing Castor, went to the entrance, put on his shoes, pushed the door, and left the villa. P.S. Same old question, first pass, then change up to 10 minutes. Chapter 1854. P.S. Thanks to Malice Section Blade, Yenixian, Yamwood 2001, Legally Flying, Only Know How to Bully I'm Honest, ZWJVJ Instant Potato, and Goo16887800145 for their precious monthly votes. Rin in Osaka. Someone's looking for you. After the first class in the morning, a girl standing at the door of the class suddenly turned around and shouted at Rin and Osaka, who was sitting at the back of the class. "Looking for me?" Rin and Osaka thought it was strange, but he still stood up from his seat and walked out of the class. "Minato, who's looking for me?" Rin and Osaka asked the girl who greeted him. "There, it's that guy." The girl named Minato raised her chin and pointed at a figure not far away. Rin and Osaka turned his head and looked in the direction she pointed at. In an instant, Tong Shinji, who was dressed in the yellow uniform of Huiyuan Academy and had one hand in his pocket while leaning against the wall, appeared in Rin and Osaka's eyes. He was pretending to be cool. "Hi, in Osaka." Shinji Tong raised his hand and greeted him. Rin and Osaka frowned and walked in front of Shinji Mitsuki. "Why are you looking for me?" Rin and Osaka frowned and asked in a low voice. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the rooftop." Shinji Tong looked at the passing students and said, "If you have something to say, then say it here." Rin and Osaka was unmoved. "Are you sure?" Shinji Tong raised his eyebrows and asked back. He then leaned his head closer to Rin and Osaka's ear and whispered, "Are you sure you want to talk about the Holy Grail War here?" Shinji Tong knew that Rin and Osaka hated him, so he didn't go overboard and immediately stood up straight. "Okay, let's go to the rooftop." Rin and Osaka's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked deeply at Shinji Tamatsuki in front of him and agreed. Then the two of them moved to the rooftop together. "Okay." Creak. About 2 minutes later, the two of them appeared on the rooftop with a slight sound of metal rubbing against each other. "Tell me, what did you mean by that?" Rin and Osaka looked at Shinji Tong and asked in a low voice. Surprised, "How did I know?" Shinji Tong held his forehead with one hand. He asked with a complacent smile. Without waiting for Rin Inbin to speak, he continued, "It's simple because I'm also a master." "Master you?" Rin Inbin sneered. If it was someone else, she might believe it, but it was Tong Shinji. As the manager of the spiritual pulse in Fuyuki City and the heir of one of the 3 families, Rin and Osaka had some understanding of the city and the other 2 families, but she would never believe it, because the information she got was very clear that Shinji Mitsuki was a magic idiot who didn't awaken his magic circuit. He couldn't be a Matser at all. You don't believe me, right? I know you won't believe me either, but it doesn't matter. I have a way to prove it. Surprisingly, Shinji Tamatsuki, who has always been easily angered, did not immediately get angry this time, but showed very calm. Then, Tong Shinji took out strong evidence to prove that he was the master. "Assassin," Shinji Tensei called out. In the next moment, the space blurred, revealing a Middle Eastern girl in a robe. Almost at the same time, Archer, who was dressed in red and black, appeared out of thin air. He stood in front of Rin Inbin. "Assassin, assassin." Looking at the girl, Rin Inbin whispered softly, "Well, I admit that my judgment was wrong. So what do you want to say by calling me here?" Then Rin Inbin asked, "Inbin, let's join forces." Shinji Tensei stretched out his hand and made an inviting gesture. "As the manager of Fuyuki City, I think you should have received the information. Although I don't want to admit it, Caster, Rider, Saber, and Berserker have joined forces. If we don't unite, there will be no chance of winning. You don't want to give up the Holy Grail, right?" Hearing this, Rin Inbin couldn't help but think. It was about the cooperation between Berserker and Edo Sei and the destruction of the Mitsubishi family overnight. She naturally received the information, so she was very clear about the effect of this result. It was equivalent to saying that she and Archer fell into an absolute disadvantage. Although she was unwilling, she really couldn't think of any good way to change the situation. This was not only because of the influence of absolute strength, but also because the opponent's master was Sakura, her sister. This made her have to give up some very effective tactics, which made her very passive. "Tell me your plan." After a moment of contemplation, Rin Inbin asked, "So, you agree?" Shinji Tensei said excitedly, "I need to know your plan to determine whether it is feasible. Otherwise, I won't take the risk." Rin Inbin said very simply, "Of course, I'm very afraid of death. If it is not feasible, I will not agree to carry it out." Shinji Tensei said with a self-deprecating smile. Then he looked at Rin and continued. My plan is like this. I have inquired. Berserker's master is from the Ahrensburg family. She is currently living in the Ahrensburg castle in the Ahrensburg forest. She is not with the master of Rider and Caster. Therefore, I intend to gather the strength of the two of us to launch a strong attack there and take the lead to kill one of them. How to solve it? Rin Enbin, who faintly thought of Shinji Tensei's plan, sneered. Naturally, Archer is responsible for the front of Berserker, and then my assassin will kill Berserker's master. Shinji Tensei said. Oh, Rin Enbin sneered and said, if that's the case, then forget it. I am not interested in dying with you. After that, he turned around and didn't want to talk anymore. Of course, Lancer will also act with us and assist Archer in killing Berserker. Seeing that Rin was about to leave, Shinji Tamatsuki's face turned pale and quickly said, Lancer? Rin Enbin was surprised. Yes, Lancer. I found Lancer's master through some channels. The other party agreed to let Lancer act with us to eliminate Berserker and others. Seeing Rin Enbin stop, Shinji Tensei was slightly relieved and quickly said without hesitation, if that's the case, I agree. Rin Enbin was silent for a while and nodded heavily. Great. Shinji Tensei, who finally got an accurate answer, said excitedly. Class is about to start. I will go back first. We will talk about the specific battle plan after school. Rin Enbin said. After that, regardless of Shinji Tensei's reaction, he immediately turned and walked into the door and disappeared in the stairwell. Until Rin Enbin completely disappeared. Archer, who stayed in the same place, slightly relaxed his vigilance, turned into a spirit body, and disappeared. It's finally done. As long as Berserker and Rider are eliminated, I can ignore this so-called covenant, and then kill Lancer and Archer, win this Holy Grail war, and use the Holy Grail to become a real magician. At that time, Rin Enbin, Shinji Tensei, who was still on the rooftop, clenched his fist. His body trembled slightly because of excitement as he whispered to himself. It's really in line with the words of an ambitious person, but unfortunately, you are not a qualified ambitious person. However, at this moment, a sudden sound awakened Shinji Tensei from his fantasies. Who? Shinji Tensei was shocked and immediately turned to look in the direction of the sound. He saw behind the protruding stairwell, a young figure walked out from the shadows and slowly walked toward him. It was Seito, who came here early in class. He thought that he would have to wait until noon or after school in the afternoon to catch Shinji Tensei without causing chaos. But who would have thought that just after the first class, he and Rin Enbin came to the rooftop alone? Seito, who was hiding here, was somewhat caught off guard. Fortunately, he was able to react quickly. He immediately activated the tortoise breathing technique to suppress his heartbeat, blood flow, breathing, energy, and psyche to an extremely low level. He also set up a spatial enchantment based on Eastern techniques to hide himself. That was how he managed to evade Archer and Assassin's vigilance. Until now, he had been able to hide himself from them. It's you? When he saw who it was, he shouted. Shinji Tensei screamed with fear. Assassin, kill him. Don't even think about it. Assassin, who received the order, whispered. In an instant, a red arm flew out from Assassin's back and grabbed Seito's chest. Pa! Then, the blood-red arm suddenly shattered, turned into a flow of magic, and slowly disappeared in the air. How was it possible? Looking at Seito, who was intact under Assassin's attack, Shinji Tensei's face was full of disbelief. You mean this? Seito pointed to his chest and chuckled. It's very simple. Because of certain reasons, the world's curses are ineffective against me. Of course, it's only the external ones that are ineffective. At the same time, Seito secretly added in his heart, I don't believe it. Shinji Tensei screamed. As if responding, Assassin launched a new attack. Dream Arrow. In an instant, a strange wave spread from her body and swept towards Seito's body in the blink of an eye. But just like before, it still didn't cause any damage to him. I've already given you 2 moves. Now my turn. Seito chuckled. In the next moment, a huge amount of magic gushed out from Seito's body, forming a phenomenon of erosion of the world. In an instant, Assassin, who was about to turn around and escape, and Shinji Tensei, who was left behind by her, were enveloped in it. Welcome to my world. Seito smiled. Next, try your best to survive. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud rumble. A huge lightning pillar as thick as a water bucket suddenly fell from the sky and bombarded Assassin's body. It didn't kill her in one hit. Then, another thicker, darker-colored lightning fell from the sky again, directly bombarding Assassin's body. Boom! After a few seconds, the light dissipated. But at this time, there was no trace of Assassin's figure. How is this possible? Shinji Tensei, who saw Assassin disappear, sat on the ground. His eyes were dull as he looked forward and muttered to himself. Now it's your turn. Seito's eyes turned and fell on Shinji Tensei's body. No, don't kill me. I admit defeat. Shinji Tensei, who heard Seito's words, shouted in panic. That's not up to you. With that, Seito stretched out his hand, and Shinji Tensei's body flew in front of him. Then Seito grabbed his collar. Then Seito released his spiritual power, and like the most sensitive scanning instrument, he scanned Shinji Tensei from top to bottom, from inside to outside. Suddenly, Seito's eyes lit up, his eyes like a light bulb fixed on the two special things in Shinji Tensei's body. That was a pitch-black substance, hidden in Shinji Tensei's heart chamber, slightly expanding and contracting with the blood circulation in his body and the pacing of his heart, like a living cocoon. And in the center of that cocoon, there was a piece of golden fragment that was only the size of a baby's palm, emitting strong magical fluctuations. This thing, if I remember correctly, it seems to be a fragment of the Holy Grail. Why is it in this guy's body? Could it be? Seito faintly thought of a possibility in his heart. In fact, this situation also appeared in the original work, but that was for Sakura Tasaka, who had changed her name to Sakura Tasaka. It was Shinji Tensei who wanted to steal the power of the third method to obtain immortality through a trick, but in the end, he didn't succeed, and his soul and the bug engraved with the soul code were directly burned to ashes by Shinji Tensei, freeing himself from Shinji Tensei's control. And looking at the current situation, it was obvious that Shinji Tensei intended to use Shinji Tensei as a bridge to carry out that plan. But I remember that the plan still needs the cooperation of the small Holy Grail, or else it wouldn't be able to lure out Ungrazuman and let Ungranuman seize Shinji Tensei's body. That means that the old guy who is already hidden in the dark is waiting for the right time to make his move. Seito gently rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. But old guy, you shouldn't have put the brain bug in Shinji Tensei's body so early. Chapter 1855. The void trembled, and the figure of Seito and Shinji reappeared on the rooftop of the Suichuan Gakuin Academy. But at this time, Shinji was already unconscious, and Seito was holding him in his hand. However, before Sei could stand firm, a slight sound of breaking the air suddenly came from behind him, and with a biting cold wind, it slashed toward his body. Seito took a step and rushed out. Then he moved sideways again and dodged to the side. Then he turned around and looked at the attacker behind him. "It's you, Archer." Seito raised his eyebrows. "Rin Inbin asked you to come." Archer didn't answer and waved his black and white sword towards Seito. Seito's feet were like a maze, and he easily avoided Archer's attack. "Since you want to die, then don't blame me for being rude," Seito said coldly while dodging. After saying that, he threw Tong Shinji's body to the rooftop with one hand. Then, his hands moved, and several sparkling and translucent gems appeared between his fingers, and he threw them at Archer. Several streamers flew in front of Archer in an instant. Archer didn't dare to take it head-on, and he immediately flicked the gems one by one. This is the difference between Archer and other heroic spirits. As a heroic spirit promoted from the future Shiro way, although he was born as a magician, he has always been half-baked in magic. He can't be compared with the heroic spirits transformed from ancient heroes like Medusa and Medea, who take magic as a matter of course, and he doesn't have any superb magic skills. Coupled with the extremely low magic power brought by this effect, Lancer was even worse than Lancer. As a result, he was weaker than Lancer. Even a slightly stronger magic spell could inflict serious damage on him. As such, apart from relying on his outstanding martial arts to defend himself, he did not dare to take the magic spells head-on like the other heroic spirits. Boom! The next moment, the gems exploded, and a blazing flame burst out. Ito didn't care that the magic gems would be blown away. He shook his right arm and caught the obsidian dagger that slipped from his sleeve. The dagger slightly shook, and a bright white light shot toward Archer. Archer rolled on the ground. He dodged to the side. Puff! The next second, the missing light swept across the water tower jug placed high up on the rooftop, cutting it diagonally into two halves. Wah! A large amount of water uncontrollably gushed out from the crack, splashed on the ground, and spread around. Ignoring the water tower, Ito-sei moved his arm again. Another disintegration beam was fired at Archer. Archer, who had already seen the power of this light, rushed to the side. He dodged the light. Then he waved one hand. He threw the weapon in his hand at Ito. Ito-sei waved the dagger in his hand, and with two clang-clang sounds, the weapon was knocked away. However, with this moment of buffer, it was enough for Archer, who used projection magic to create a new weapon, to rush in front of Ito. He raised the new weapon and slashed at Ito. Ito slid to Archer's side and swung his arm toward Archer's head. Archer bowed his head and dodged, swinging his sword toward Ito-sei's waist. Pa! Ito's right hand holding the dagger blocked and held Archer's arm. At the same time, he hooked his foot and locked Archer's calf. He moved his hands and feet at the same time and threw Archer out. Bang! Archer slammed heavily into the wall of the stairwell leading to the rooftop, leaving an irregular crack mark on it. Ito, who completed this round of attack, turned his wrist and once again shot a white light toward Archer. Archer rolled and dodged the attack in a wretched manner. However, a slender crack still appeared on his waist and abdomen, injuring Archer. Ito-sei continued to shoot bright white decomposition rays at Archer, forcing him to dodge. At the same time, his left hand was not idle. He took out magic gems one after another and threw them at Archer in a way that he could predict Archer's attack. A series of violent roars, blazing fireballs, and ice crystals immediately resounded on the rooftop one after another. After an unknown number of times, Archer's figure was sent flying backwards with a loud bang, leaving behind a trail of smoke. Bang! Archer's body fell heavily to the ground. Ito flipped his palm, and several gems appeared. He unceremoniously threw them at Archer, who was covered in smoke. Stop! However, at this moment, accompanied by a delicate shout, a crimson magic barrier appeared in front of Archer and blocked Ito's magic attack. Boom! Ito, have you forgotten the Magic Association's code of secrecy? Rin Inbin, who was standing behind the magic barrier, asked loudly. Worst comes to worst, we could just guide their consciousness after this, Ito said nonchalantly. Ito understood what Rin Inbin meant. Although he and Archer were in a magic battle, the sound and light effects were not something that could be stopped easily. Therefore, the continuous explosions had already frightened the students and teachers on campus. They all ran out of the classroom in panic. Then, some of the teachers who were relatively calm organized them to leave the building and watch the flames that suddenly appeared. It was because of this that Rin Inbin had the opportunity to run to the rooftop. Then, have you forgotten your promise to me? Rin Inbin, who was choked by Ito's words, couldn't help but feel angry. If you want to blame someone, blame it on your perverted lover for not listening to me and trying to sneak up on me. Since that's the case, I don't need to keep my promise, Ito sneered. Rin Inbin turned his head to look at Archer, who was standing up from the ground with his hand on his chest, and glared at him with dissatisfaction. It turned out that because of the explosion of magic when Sei Ito activated the enchantment barrier, Rin Inbin, who was worried about what happened, had no choice but to send Archer to investigate and report the situation to him. But who would have thought that Archer would act on his own and attack Sei Ito, causing the current situation? This time we were rash. I apologize to you on behalf of Archer. Rin Inbin took a deep breath and said. Hearing this, Sei Ito looked as if he heard the funniest joke, and a mocking smile immediately appeared on his face. But before he could say anything, Rin Inbin spoke again. I know that my words are useless, but for my sake, please stop for the time being. If this continues, it won't be good for either of us. Walla walla walla. At this time, a rapid alarm sounded from a distance. Rin, this is the last time. Sei Ito quietly looked at Rin Inbin's eyes for a moment and said softly, Thank. Rin Inbin sighed in relief and thanked him. But before she could finish her words, she was immediately interrupted by Sei Ito. Tonight at 11 o'clock on the east bank of the river, we will have the final battle, and we will fight to the death, Sei Ito said coldly. After that, he didn't give Rin Inbin a chance to speak. He immediately jumped in front of Shinji Tamatsuki, who was covered in dust, leaned over, and grabbed his collar. From the other side, he directly jumped over the anti-falling barbed wire and jumped to the ground. Not long after, he completely disappeared from the streets of Fuyuki City. After Sei Ito left, Rin Inbin angrily stared at Archer and said, Look at what you have done. Sorry, Archer apologized. Humph, sit me down. Rin Inbin coldly snorted and stepped in front of the anti-falling barbed wire and said softly. Knowing that he had made a mistake this time, Archer silently walked to Rin Inosaka's side and carried her in a princess carry. Then, he jumped down from a direction where the students and bystanders couldn't see and landed lightly on the ground. Then, Archer spiritualized and disappeared into the void. Rin Inbin circled back to the students from the other side. She used hints to make the students forget about the time when she disappeared and smoothly integrated into the class. Just like the other students, she stood on the side and waited for orders. Looks like it's going to fail. Rin Inbin looked at the firefighters who rushed into the school to put out the fire and said unwillingly. On the other side, after 10 minutes of moving, Sei Ito successfully returned to his mansion and went straight to the basement. Okay, almost as soon as he stepped into the basement, a seductive voice immediately sounded in his ears. Sei Ito didn't even need to look to know who the voice was. Other than Saber, who was being punished, who else could it be? Plop. Sei Ito threw the unconscious Shinji Tamatsuki to the ground and ordered, Demetrius, extract a trace of the black substance from this guy's heart, and then make a tracking tool that can track the scent of that substance. Give it to me. I need it. Yes, Master Chung. Demetrius nodded in agreement. At this time, Sei Ito turned his head and looked at Saber, who was sweating all over. Her feet were wet, and her body was slightly trembling. Occasionally, she would whisper from time to time. How is her situation? That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.